From Turner Field in Atlanta, it is time for Braves baseball. A magical night as we begin the longest homestand of the season. The Atlanta Braves play host to the Toronto Blue Jays in an interleague matchup tonight. Plenty of smiles all around Turner Field as the Atlanta Braves have retired their 9th number in franchise history. John Smoltz, the last man ever to wear number 29, was honored moments ago in a spectacular and wonderful pregame ceremony here at the ballpark. In fact, moments ago, John Smoltz still showed there's plenty of thunder left in that right arm. He throws out tonight's ceremonial first pitch. It's a great night to be an Atlanta Brave, and hello again, everybody, with Dale Murphy and Joe Simpson. I'm Chip Carey. Welcome to the ballpark. It's been a great day for Braves fans everywhere. Dale Murphy, a Braves Hall of Famer yourself. That club's getting awful crowded. Your thoughts on John Smoltz entering the Hall of Fame today?
Well, what an honor for me to have been able to play with John for a few years. Everybody says it, one of the best competitors they've ever known. I thought Bobby Cox said it best, the biggest of the big game pitchers, and sometimes it was on guts alone. I mean, what a gamer, what a friend, what a teammate. Great night for John. Happy for him.
Sort of personifies the term Hall of Famer, doesn't it? And there is baseball to be played tonight. Perhaps a few potential future Hall of Famers on the field in Game 1 of the series. Joe, it's the Toronto Blue Jays providing the opposition.
It's a good ball club coming to town. Toronto played here last year, and the Braves had some success against them. But this ball club is a very offensive-minded team. They're third in the American League in runs per game. They are second in home runs. So while their offense has been good, and Jose Bautista's on a real tear, 15 homers his last 25 games, their pitching is a part of their ball club that they've got to work on a little bit. They walk a lot of guys, and tonight's pitcher, Kyle Drabeck, is one of those guys. If the Braves are patient, they might get some free passes.
There's a look at the Toronto Blue Jays. There's a look at the Braves dugout. Brandon Beachy's pitching for Atlanta. He's hoping for some offensive support as he tries to snap a personal 3-game losing streak. Interleague play is back in Atlanta, GA. It's the Braves, it's the Blue Jays, and we'll get to first pitch on this special night at Turner Field right after this. rightful place in the rafters at Turner Field. His number retired just a few moments ago, and we'll see if the Braves can make tonight a perfect night with a win over the Toronto Blue Jays. Here's a look at the batting order presented by their skipper John Farrell. Brett Lawrie's a native Canuck. He's out of British Columbia. He's leading off and playing third base. And Joe, they've got plenty of thunder in the middle of this lineup with Bautista, Encarnacion, and Kelly Johnson, along with former Brave and shortstop Yunel Escobar.
Yeah, Kelly's having a good year and among the league leaders in the American League in a lot of offensive categories. But Brandon Beachy's on the mound for the Braves, and that's a tough night for anybody. His interleague numbers outstanding. 3 starts so far in his career, undefeated, a .265 ERA. What he'd like to do is snap a 3-game losing streak. He's been off to such a great start. His record now 5-4. But during this stretch, he hasn't gotten a whole lot of run support. Tonight, he could use a few like the Braves pitchers got down in Florida. His 4 keys to pitching success tonight. Big boppers. They've got several in this lineup, and they are second in the league in homers. Try to keep the ball in the ballpark, and he's got to cut back on his walks. During the last couple of games, 11 innings, he's walked 8 guys. And with their ability to hit home runs, if they're going to hit some, make them solo shots. Don't put anybody on base.
So National League ballpark, National League rules are in play. Toronto's pitching staff will have to hit in this 3-game series. We'll see if that helps Atlanta cool down this Toronto offense, which starts with Brett Lawrie and a quick strike. 84 degrees, a perfect night at Turner Field. And a fly ball hit in the air to right field. Jason Hayward in the sunshine puts the squeeze on that, and we're underway. Boy, did the Braves play some good defensive baseball on the road trip. Let's hope that carries over tonight. Speedy outfield. Martin Prado back in at third base. Andrelton Simmons, a highlight reel defensive work at short last night. Eric Hinsky still in for Freddie Freeman at first, and Brian McCann behind the plate. Colby Rasmus, the former Cardinal, batting second in center field, and has raised his average up to .246.
He's had a good stretch of games. 4 homers in his last 11. And 7 for his last 14 overall.
Martin Prado had him played perfectly. They made a spectacular play for the second out.
I like what you said, Chip, about Andrelton Simmons, a highlight reel. That's all the scouting reports in the minor league. Every time they send it up to Atlanta, it's a highlight every night. It's been fun to watch, hasn't it?
Absolutely has, Dale. And a nice play there by Martin on a bit of a surprising shot, because Rasmus doesn't hit the ball that way very often.
It's kind of a tough first ground ball to get. One hop skipper right at you.
Yeah.
Now Jose Bautista bats. 15 home runs, 40 knocked in. That 15 home run total, good for 5th in the American League. And his story, one of the more remarkable ones in baseball. Last year he hit 43 homers. 2 years ago hit 54. But if you had seen the early transaction record for this man, you never ever would have imagined he'd be a 40 home run guy in the big leagues. That's what he's done since the start of the 2008 season. But in 2004, fellas, he played for 4 different major league teams.
Something different from Brandon Beachy here to start the game tonight. He's working out of the stretch. I don't know if that's just a comfort level for him from a command standpoint, given the walks in recent innings. But he is pounding the strike zone here so far.
And that pitch forces a full count at 3-2.
Yeah, it's interesting, Joe. You wonder why, because his mechanics are pretty simple anyway. Sometimes guys get out of rhythm and going through their windup. He's pretty simple anyway, but it's interesting he is starting out in the stretch.
back out of play by Batista. Still a 3-2 count. The Jays outfielder just 31 years of age.
Yeah, that kind of surprised me because we remember him when he was with the Pirates, and that seems like that was, 10 or 12 years ago when he had that collision with Chipper at PNC Park.
That's bounced into the Blue Jays dugout. Hunter Wendelstedt, by the way, tonight's home plate umpire. Dan Bolino, Chris Conroy, and Jerry Lane on the bases. That's John Farrell, the Toronto skipper. And another 3-2 pitch. Missed badly inside. Batista's aboard with his 34th base on balls.
This team is 9th in the American League in average, 3rd in runs scored, as we showed you, and 2nd in homers. They also run a little bit. They're 5th in the American League in stolen bases, but 10th in on base percentage. They swing it. They don't walk a lot.
They're happy to have this man back, aren't they? Edwin Encarnacion. He's hit 17 homers.
He got nailed with a pitch on his bottom hand at home in Toronto, and he's missed 3 games, as you said, Chip. So it'll be interesting to see how he's able to swing it tonight if he's ready to go. Dead red fastball hitter. Here's where he got plunked. I mean, he was in a lot of pain. The right hand was the one that was hit.
Well, you always hope when you get hit, it's somewhere where you got a little padding on the hands is rough.
Liner to second, and Dan Uggla had him played perfectly. Excellent positioning and excellent results for the Braves defense, and Brandon Beachy in the top of the scoreless first. Atlanta, the Braves winners of 6 of their last 7 ball games. Atlanta now within shouting distance of first place. In fact, the Braves only 1 game behind Washington, as we welcome you to Friday Night Braves, presented by Blimpie. Here's the lineup. Game 1 of the series. Michael Bourne is swinging a hot bat. Martin Prado is too. Jason Hayward had a huge night last night in Miami. And the pitcher hits 8th. Jose Constanza 9th. Braves with 2 potential leadoff men back-to-back in the batting order.
Kyle Drabeck is 24 years old, 6'1", a little bigger than his dad at 230. 4-6 on the year with an ERA of 4.35, but he's been struggling in recent days. Two-seamer, about 91 to 94 miles an hour, also a cutter and a curve. When he's right, he's getting some ground balls. 8th in the American League in ground ball to fly ball ratio. His 4 keys to pitching success, the report was that he's working on a shorter stride, because when he overstrides, he flies open and has a lot of trouble with command. And because of all of his walks, 41 of them in 62 innings, he needs some shorter innings. He needs some contact early in the count and cut down on the walks.
And here he is, way behind Michael Bourne, 3 balls and a strike, the very first Braves hitter of the night. That one found the mark. Full count.
Well, the Braves had their hitting shoes on down in South Florida, Dale. They were hitting some long balls, and including Michael Bourne, who had a 418-footer last night.
Well, I was going to say, he's hit so many home runs. That 3-1 pitch, he was probably tempted to let it go instead of be a leadoff hitter.
Line drive, left field, a base hit. Ajay Davis handles on a hop, and Bourne extends his hitting streak to 8 straight games.
Well, and the temptation is, you start hitting a few home runs. Even Michael Bourne as a leadoff hitter, temptation is sometimes to lengthen that swing a little bit and hit a few more, but that's a nice short stroke, hitting it the other way.
Martin Prado, the batter, he's 6th in the National League. A .324 average.
Catcher J.P. Arancibia, pretty good at throwing out base stealers. 10 out of 29, a 34% mark.
Downstairs, 1 ball, 1 strike.
The guys made that ballpark down there look kind of small, too. I mean, I've seen some of the games on TV, not the Braves games down there, and guys have hit them and they thought they were out, broke down into their trot and it was caught. But they kind of took care of that down there. Jason Hayward, 2 to center field. Wow.
Crushing balls in a park that, to use Chipper's word, was cavernous.
But the Braves swept him down there and have won their last 4 games. And 2 balls and a strike. Braves play well in interleague action. Brian McCann hits well in interleague action, and especially so against Toronto. As you see, he's our Delta Airlines on deck batter.
10 RBIs in 11 games.
You know, it's interesting at the luncheon today for John. I was talking to Greg Walker, and he said, it was really interesting. They got down there in BP. He said everybody felt comfortable in that stadium. He said he could tell BP they saw the ball well. He said I just sat back and watched them. Sometimes you go to a stadium like that and things are a little weird, but boy.
Swing and a miss. Arancibia from his knees will throw out Michael Bourne. Wow, a little Benito Santiago action.
Haven't seen that in a while.
No.
Tough pitch to throw on out there, and then a little flip at the end. Martin trying to protect him, but it wasn't enough. They got Michael by a good mark.
1 out, 2-2 pitch. And a liner hammered down the left field line, and it's foul and out of play.
It was like going to some domes like I could never feel comfortable in Montreal. Felt okay in the that Marlins ballpark has kind of a dome feel, but Greg Walker said he just sat back, didn't say a thing, and he knew those guys were comfortable.
Well, one of the things that Greg and Scott Fletcher are really good at that I've come to learn is, and from an advanced scouting standpoint, is a pitcher like Drabek that pitches behind in the count a lot, walks a lot of guys. The hitting coaches for the Braves are preparing the hitters for that. You know, be patient, get a good pitch to hit, don't be overly aggressive.
Up the middle, Prado has a single. One on, one out for Braves catcher Brian McCann. A look at the Toronto defense. Davis, Rasmus, and Batista left to right in the outfield. Former Braves Yunel Escobar and Kelly Johnson are up the middle. And we've already seen the arm of Arancibia tonight. Drabek bounces one about 4 feet in front of the plate. Nice play by the catcher. One ball, no strikes.
Two of those have bounced about 4 feet in front of the plate. Ooh, right in the mask, too.
That's about where my first pitches end up. I get invited to throw the first pitch. I need a cutoff man. Throws one 4 feet short and then paints.
A little bit of a modified shift on for Brian. Escobar playing way up the middle and Lowry off the line, almost over toward shortstop there at third base.
Balls, one strike. The Jays got Drabek from the Phillies with Travis d'Arnaud and Michael Taylor. That was the Roy Halladay deal. And a ground ball right side. Kelly Johnson to Escobar for one. And his return throw to first is in plenty of time to double up McCann and the Braves in the first inning. No score as we head to the second in Atlanta. Sports and Outdoors, by AT&T, by Delta Airlines, and by Ford. Joe Simpson, Dale Murphy, Chip Carey back at Turner Field. We head to the second and indeed celebrate the career of John Smoltz. His jersey retired tonight. And We return to interleague play, fellas, a place where the Braves have enjoyed playing.
Subject of our Georgia lottery hitting the jackpot since 2010. The Braves in the National League with the best record. Mets and Giants not too far behind. Giants playing good baseball. They've really improved on their record, trying to close the gap on the Dodgers out west.
Only 4 back. As Kelly Johnson starts things off for Toronto. Kelly with 9 homers, 28 RBIs. Joe had mentioned earlier that Escobar and Johnson were hitting up in the order for the Blue Jays and not getting on base an awful lot. So John Farrell has moved them down in the order, hoping they'll be in more of a run production mode.
Well, that and the fact that they haven't been scoring any runs in the first inning. That was an issue that they were trying to remedy too. But good numbers for Kelly so far on the year in the American League. Always a good fastball hitter, likes the ball middle of the plate in and usually down.
Interesting that Brandon's gone back to the windup.
I wonder what that was all about. Just kind of getting to the flow of the game.
Not sure.
Two balls, 2 strikes.
Sometimes you'll see guys go, they're struggling with their control, but I've never seen someone with Brandon, a pitcher like Brandon, start out the game that way.
Beachy deflects that ball. Ugla recovers and throws late. Infield hit for Kelly Johnson to start the second.
As soon as Brandon deflected that with a left-handed hitter, I didn't think there was any shot. Ugla made a real nice play, turning that into a possibility.
Especially the way Kelly runs.
Yeah.
Here's Escobar. Unell hitting .257, 3 homers and 17 knocked in. Upstairs to the Toronto shortstop. 1 ball, no strikes.
We look back in the first inning. He actually worked from the windup to the first hitter, Lowry, but then went against Colby Rasmus, went back to the stretch, which is where we picked up on it as the inning went on in the first.
Count of 1-1. That's down the right field line and slicing just foul. Escobar, you might recall, was a second-round pick of the Braves back in 2005. Got to the big leagues with Atlanta in 2007. And was traded by the Braves in 2010 to the Blue Jays with Jojo Reyes in a deal that brought Alex Gonzalez, Tyler Pasternaky, and left-handed pitcher Tim Collins to Atlanta on July 14th of that year. Beachy just struck him out. Good off-speed pitch.
Excellent changeup. His career high is 11 strikeouts, and oddly, it came against the Blue Jays last June 22nd, and he did it in only 6 innings. Beat him 5-1.
So here's Arancibia, the catcher.
good to see him get that changeup working early in the game. You know, I always expect that high fastball and good curve from Brandon. Mixing that third pitch. It's a good start.
Arancibia from Miami, Florida, played college ball at Tennessee.
His team is loaded with some good fastball hitters. Rasmus, Bautista, Encarnacion, Kelly Johnson, Arancibia, all known for their desire to have a fastball to hit. So mix it up like he did there with another good off-speed pitch.
Arancibia this year, another place you can go to get a strikeout. He struck out 51 times and has walked just 8 times this season. And Beach is ahead of him here in the second. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Again, outside of some walks to Bautista, especially some intentional passes to him, they don't walk much.
That's a hitter's ballpark up there too, so Toronto, you want to be swinging the bat there.
Two balls, 2 strikes.
I mentioned that Brandon's lost 3 in a row, but he's pitched a lot better than an 0-3 mark would indicate, like his last start at Washington to start the most recent road trip. 6 1/3 innings. He only gave up 2 runs, but got beat 2-0. Steven Strasburg had it working that night. Just 2.5 runs of support over those 3 starts on average.
Kelly's running from first. Swing and a miss. The throw to second is off target. And Kelly Johnson steals second. Arancibia strikes out. 2 away now for Rajai Davis.
Really good jump, Joe. I don't think there's really any chance.
Yeah, and usually Brandon's kind of hard to run on because of his quick move to the plate.
Davis batting .253. Originally a 38th round draft pick.
Pitcher on deck, and I don't believe Drabek has an at bat. I know he doesn't have one this year. I have to double check, see if he had one in interleague play last year. I believe this is his first big league at bat.
So 2 on, 2 out for Drabek.
Interesting sliding mitten guard he's got on there.
Good cut by Drabek and fouled straight away. 0-1 the count.
It was a good swing. We're sure this is his first major league at bat right here. Pretty good swing. When we talk about the DH, I know it's been debated for a million years, but I just still can't believe that we're not unified in both leagues.
It takes a big weapon away from the American League clubs when they come play in the National League cities, that's for sure.
Well, it's just you know, you won't find anybody who's more anti-DH than me. But I just think it's so strange that both leagues, it's like different conferences in the NBA, one playing with a 24-second clock and one playing in a 30-second clock. It's a different game, and I think we should unify it.
That one over the glove of McCann. And a wild pitch advances runners to second and third with 2 outs.
Head scratcher. Boy. That one was over his head and rising. That's a big league wild pitch right there.
Kelly Johnson's now at third. Davis at second. And a good stop. Evens up the count at 2-2.
Well, we need something somewhere in between those two. Tough as a hitter, as a pitcher hitting too. You're hitting 0-2 and one goes way over your head and one bounces 3 feet short. I'm saying if he makes contact right here, he's a great at bat.
Yeah, you're just hoping he throws it where you're swinging now.
And Beachy got him with a 93-mile-an-hour fastball. Brandon strikes out the side. He's got 3 strikeouts in the game. How apropos is that? The man of the hour, John Smoltz, will join us as we head to the bottom of a scoreless second inning. Ball career, he was a high jumper. And we'll show you an example of that on some very happy, memorable video back in 1991. Waiting. And there he goes.
That was a tough catch with Ole jumping on
Yeah, that felt like a tractor pull. As you go, the weight gets a little heavier. No, that was unbelievable. Every time I see it, it's just the greatest feeling in the world. Even though the big galoot, as I called him, jumped in my arms.
What a day, huh?
Yeah, golly. I feel like I pitched a doubleheader. I'm sweating.
Dan Uggla is going to lead off the second inning for the Braves against Kyle Drabek. All right, so just a few minutes ago, John, the number is retired. We asked the same question of Tom Glavine last year. What was going through your mind when you saw the drape removed?
You know, I just was blown away. I mean, there's no other way to describe it. You realize the guys on the stage, Dale, all the guys that have been inducted in the Hall of Fame, and you're forever linked with them. You know, I mean, this something as a kid when I was 7, I never dreamt of that stuff. I just wanted to make the major leagues. And then when you have the career that we were fortunate to have and be here as long as we were, it's one of those things you can't explain until you get through it. And I luckily got through it. I was a little worried.
I mean, let's face it, you said maybe dreaming of the major leagues, but at 7, you were really thinking more about the Lawrence Welk show.
Yeah. I mean, shoot, I watched that on Channel 50 growing up. Yeah. Lawrence Welk, Polkas.
No, I thought, John, that the accordion thing was a joke.
No, it's legit. Yeah. I started when I was 4, played till I was 7. Mom and Dad were accordion teachers, so I was right in line with the family business.
Now, I have a question, and it has to do with maybe some lat strength that you acquired.
That's a good question. I never thought about that.
I'm serious. I mean, do you use both hands to squeeze the billows, or do you just use one?
No, you use both. I mean, you got your left hand on the bass and right hand on the keys like a piano, and you work it back and in, back and forth. But at 4, and the accordion was bigger than me, maybe that did. I never pulled my lat, so maybe there's some. Maybe we should take some young kids. And
I'm thinking something about the slider too.
Yeah, with your fingers, your cutters and curveballs, split finger, it had to help a little bit.
There's one of those walks from Drabek. And not only was John an accomplished accordion player, he's also become a best-selling author. And Jeff Foxworthy at the luncheon had some things to say about that today.
And I want to thank him for being here today and stopping his book tour. For John Smoltz wrote a book. Let's check the scoreboard. Books written, 1. Books read, 0.
It's sad, but true.
Oh. The line of the day right there.
Yep.
Jason Hayward, the batter. Huge night for the Braves in Miami. And Drabek crowds him and misses badly. Ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes.
Couldn't ask for a better night for this to take place either. Beautiful night. Great opportunity for your family to be down there sharing it with you too.
Yeah, this whole day has been surreal in the fact that parts of you want it to never end, and parts of you are glad that it's moving on because of the emotions of it. And I did. I almost lost it when I started talking about the jersey, because I really valued that jersey more than anything. I mean, the name, the Braves, and just playing as hard as I could. And the fans always felt that it wasn't always pretty, but I gave everything I had, and the jersey started to get to me, so I had to get off that subject real quick.
Little pop into shallow left. Rajai Davis is under it, and he'll make the catch. Route number 1.
You told a good story today that I didn't know about with respect to your desire. You really weren't crazy about number 29. You wanted number 20. Explain that one to the fans.
Well, you know, it probably didn't have a whole lot of rational thinking behind it, but I got 29. Like every player doesn't get a choice. It's not like you go in there and you hand pick it. They just give it to you. And so I had played a few years and never won more than 15. I figured, well, 29, I'm getting half to my jersey number. Why don't I get a number closer to what every pitcher thinks about, and it's 20. So I worked out a deal with Mark Lemke. We were final stages working out the swap, you know, and Bill Acree never let me do it. And then in 1996, I won 29 games. I never would have thought that was possible, and an eyelash away from winning 30 in that Game 5 against Pettit.
24 in the regular season, 4 more in the postseason, and you were the winner in the All-Star game.
Yeah.
Former Blue Jay Eric Hinsky is in the batter's box for the Braves. Dan Uggla's at first with a walk. Scoreless game, second inning. We're visiting with Braves Hall of Famer John Smoltz. And little cue shot back to the mound. Raybeck will have but one play. And 2 men out. I'm sure all the accolades were very nice to hear, John, from the dignitaries at the luncheon. Joe did a great job emceeing. What does it mean when you hear comments like the one we're going to play from David Justice when you hear them again?
I'm so proud of Smokes' career because he's had injuries, but he's always been able to keep a level head, a positive mood about it. Always worked hard to come back, and when you needed a game to win, if Smokesy was starting that game, we felt confident that we were going to win that ball game because you knew that he was going to show up. He always showed up.
Those are the kind of things. If they'd have kept showing stuff like that, then that's where you appreciate those battles. And DJ and I go back a long time in AAA together, and so it just was incredible. I mean, you plan to say certain things, and then the emotion takes you somewhere else. I thought Freddie said it best. He says, "Thought you did great. Just had 3 too many C's." You had 3 C's too many, or something like that. I said, Freddie, when you're giving a speech, not necessarily was it good. You just got to give them something to remember it by. So, but I did. The one thing I wanted to do when I was on the field is I really have such an appreciation for all the people behind the scenes, from the security guards to the ushers, to the people in the booth and the truck and all the different things that, the clubhouse kids, those are the things as you walk through a stadium you take for granted. We go on the field. They have to do their job, and nobody knows about it. And that was only one thing. When I saw 2 minutes left, I figured I had time. Then it went from 2 minutes to 30 seconds like that, and I was done. So save it for another time.
Well, I thought you did great on the field and at the luncheon. That was fantastic. I think, you said there's probably no rational thought between your one to change your number. But I hope this comes out right. But I think what you did in your career, a lot of guys that would think rationally wouldn't have done it.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of guys. I admire you so much, John, for all that you did. But to start out how you did as a starter, as a dominant starter, and then that ball club asked you to be a closer. A lot of guys would have just, thought this through, and what's this going to do to my legacy, or it's going to mess me up, or it's going to mess up my golf game.
Yeah. It actually helped it. I got to play every day. I wish I'd have thought about that before.
But you just said, okay, I'm going to do it, and you didn't think about it. You just thought about the team, and that's a remarkable thing, I think.
Well, on the heels of that, Dale, something that David just said a minute ago. I mean, everybody talks about John being a tough competitor, loved to have the ball in his hand. And while John knew that and felt that, I think the greater appreciation is knowing that the other people saw it too.
Yeah.
And they felt it.
And that's why Bobby is everything for my career.
Popped up in the center of the diamond, Encarnacion at first makes the play. And John, would you like to stick around for another half inning?
Sure, that'd be great.
We love you broadcasting because you're not getting paid.
Career strikeout number 3,000 for John Smoltz. History in Atlanta. And the congratulations from Brian McCann. That ball ticketed for Cooperstown, and someday so's that man.
Great call by Boog Shambi. Strikeout number 3,000.
Honestly, I had no idea how big of a moment that was. I was more concerned about my shoulder that year. I was coming to the game. I knew there was a countdown. I had no clue, and it hit me. You know, when that, I didn't know what to do. If they would have rolled it even further, I didn't know what to do. And Chipper came, but I realized the group that represented, only 16 guys, and just the luxury that I had to pitch long enough, miss those years starting, go to the bullpen, and still get 3,000 strikeouts. I never was more nervous. A crowd with 2 strikes. Every time I got 2 strikes, they went nuts. I never actually went into a game trying to strike somebody out. It just happened, and that game was pretty neat.
Brandon Beachy's had a couple sail to the backstop in the early innings of this game.
Yeah, that one went right under the chin of Brett Lowry, too.
And then the next pitch was missed for strike 1. And a breaking ball has Lowry behind. He's an aggressive, high-energy hitter, we're told. Former #1 pick of Milwaukee. Didn't fit in with the Brewers. They traded him to Toronto for Sean Markham. And no swing, 2-2.
I think there needed to be a swing on that one. It looked pretty good.
I'm going to say if he goes right back there with that same pitch, he'll get a swing and a miss.
I like it. You know, I thought Bobby gave you a great compliment, John. One of the biggest of the big game pitchers, and sometimes it was on guts alone. And you mentioned his 3,000 strikeout. I thought it was so interesting. You said, I was more worried about my shoulder.
Yeah.
I mean, you were hurting, and you went out there on guts alone sometimes, John. That's just remarkable.
Oh, that ball stayed down, but Ugla hung with it. Good play.
Well, in keeping with what Bobby Cox said about him, how about what Chipper said about it?
Pressure-packed pitching. Didn't matter what the situation in the postseason. If you had Smoltzy going on the mound in a cutthroat game where it was win or go home, there's nobody on the planet you'd rather have pitching than John Smoltz.
That's awesome. It was. Chipper and I played together the longest, really. I don't think anyone else has played as long with Chipper as I did, and really grew to appreciate his talent and his ability to hit. And certainly staring at him at third base, hoping I was giving him a night off every night because I was more of a fly ball pitcher and he liked it.
Chipper wanted to be here tonight, by the way. If you watched our ball games down in Miami and in Washington, Chipper was lobbying very hard with Freddie Gonzalez to not have to go out on a rehab assignment. But he is in Rome tonight and had an RBI single in his first at bat tonight.
He's probably already texted Freddie and said, I'm on the freeway coming back.
Colby Rasmus, a pop up to left. Costanza gallops in, 2 out.
Do a play-by-play on this one, John.
Well, this is what you guys learned to dread. There's a deep drive way back 428 feet. And Murph, I don't know if you'll remember this. That was when they used to keep track, and they'd give a computer to the guy who hit the longest home run. I had it forever, and then you clipped me. You clipped me at the end of the year. I think they didn't want to have a pitcher up there, but that was one of those moments where everything was connected in the universe.
I got to tell you, I had him fudge the numbers. I said, I can't live with this. Oh, that hurts to admit. No.
It was fun.
Jose Bautista bats with the bases clear.
And again, he's in the stretch on him. He did that in the first inning. Any idea why? Just to this guy?
It's a good question. I just think when you see some of the pitches he's thrown tonight, mechanically he might be a little out of funk and he wants to get. Oh no! This is it.
Somebody
this is it.
Guard John.
Oh, golly, Murph was ready.
I was ready.
Guard me?
Talked about some other halls of fame that you've gone into. One would be Foul Ball Hall of Fame, too.
How many hits on YouTube, John?
That was unbelievable. That Boston foul ball, and it was all my fault because I was so eager to get one, and I jumped out into a place where it wasn't very big. The booth was not like here where you have, a spa and a swimming pool back here for you guys. And it hit the corner. It hit the corner and ricocheted in the worst place. Oh, man. That seems to be me, though.
Yes, he did.
And Batista argues and continues to argue, but he will lose the argument as Beachy picks up his 4th strikeout of the game. John,
it was a blast, guys.
Congratulations, pal, and thanks for the wonderful memories. We'll see you at the ballpark, I'm sure, in the days ahead.
Thanks, Joe.
There you go, pal.
Back and Beachy toiling in game 1 of the series. And Brandon leads things off for Atlanta. He's 3 for 24 at the plate. And Drabek gets ahead with strike 1.
Well, Freddie Gonzalez has done this unusual little thing with hitting the pitcher 8, but you can't argue with success.
No, it's worked out pretty well each time he's done it, and it seems like Constanza gets a couple of leadoff at bats every time they use it.
Slow roller hit toward Lowry at third. Bare hand play, not in time. Infield hit for Beachy.
There's another defensive play, Dale, where the guy made the play closer than I thought it was going to be. I thought Lowry just put this in his pocket, but he turned in a good play here.
Yes, he did. Brandon could smell it. You hit a ball like that, sometimes you can say, I know this is going to be hit, but Lowry did make it close.
So let's see how the Braves play it with Costanza.
Yeah, we got a little reverse situation here. The pitcher's on, and the normal pitcher's spot is due up.
It's fouled to the screen, strike 1.
Now, this is what Jose did down in Miami. He was asked to bunt in a sacrifice situation, and he was leaning and heading down the first base line before he ever got the bunt down, and as a result, he eventually struck out. Watch his He's on his heels. His backside's kind of falling back like he's ready to go to first.
He's used to drag bunting and bunting for a base hit. So you're exactly right, Joe. The mentality when you sacrifice bunt is completely different. You just want to get it down on the ground. Don't worry about getting a jump out of the box. I think it's just kind of a natural thing for him to lean that way. But you're right. You got to think about it. Concentrate on it.
The bunt was off with the second pitch. Costanza missed that. No balls, 2 strikes.
Well, Brandon does a little pinch running, I believe, every once in a while.
Yes, he does.
And I'd like to see if he get a couple balls on him. Maybe he'll send Brandon a little hit and run action. Well, not hit and run with 2 strikes, but at least move him a little bit. Trying to get him going on that pass ball. Costanza's trying to wave him to first base. To second base, I mean.
Yeah, and even though you're getting waved, sometimes that line of sight that Brandon had when the ball's right behind the catcher, you can't tell exactly how far it got away.
Can't tell if it's 2 feet or 10 feet.
Right.
That's why you got to trust the hitter. He's trying to wave him.
High fly ball to center. Colby Rasmus drifting back. Beachy back to first with 1 man down. All season long, Atlanta Braves baseball on Peachtree TV is presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors, the right stuff, and the low price. Bottom of the 8 o'clock hour. A very special weekend of Braves baseball. If you have major plans for the rest of this weekend, we hope you'll join us for the final 2 games against Toronto. John Smoltz number retired tonight. The alumni softball game before the game tomorrow.
Been taking any swings?
Well, I'm captain of the old guys. I don't know what are
other than 92
team. The other than 92 team. So I'm captain. I'm making the lineup. I may scratch myself from the lineup.
I've seen you scratch yourself.
That didn't come out right.
I came out just fine, Dale. You fit right in. No balls, 2 strikes.
Okay. Well, anyway, what I meant to say.
You may not be playing.
Yeah. They wanted us to play baseball last year. We lobbied. We are not playing baseball. We might play softball. That's going to be ugly enough.
A little low to Bourne. Michael singled in the first inning and was caught trying to steal. Bourne now with an 8-game hitting streak. And 75 hits on the season.
For Drabek, his stuff, which is really good, reminds me of the story Don Sutton used to tell about his pitching coach, Red Adams, coming out one day when Don was struggling with his command. And Red said, "How's your slider?" "Good." "How's your fastball?" "Good." "How's your curveball?" "Good." He goes, "Well, how about getting some of it over the plate?" You know, Drabek's got to realize his stuff is good enough, according to Blue Jays followers, people around their team. But he's constantly in hitters' counts.
And here he is with 1 out in the 3rd inning, approaching 50 pitches.
5th 3-ball count.
And while the pitches themselves may not be an extraordinarily high number, it's the stress of those pitches because of all the base runners and the walks that he allows. Base runners on in every inning so far tonight.
I've always said that pitchers give hitters too much credit and hitters give pitchers too much credit. You know, when your ball moves like his does, you throw down the middle of the plate, you can get a lot of ground balls.
There's a line drive toward right. That's going to get down and skip toward the wall. It's going to hit the wall. Beachy on his way to 3rd will be stopped by Brian Snitker with 1 out. A double for Bourne. The Braves in business. 2nd and 3rd for Martin Prado at only 1 out.
You get a lot of ground balls with the balls down the middle of the plate if they move.
Yes.
That was pretty straight.
And the Braves have a run on the board if they get the bunt down and get Beachy into scoring position. The two things at play here for Brian Snitker holding the guy up at third base. One, he's the pitcher, and you don't want to risk a collision at home plate unless maybe the game's on the line. And two, you got Martin Prado coming up, who's one of the hottest hitters on the planet.
And Martin already with a hit tonight. That caught a corner, strike one.
You bring up a real good point, Joe. The third base coach is not only thinking, can this guy score, but he's got to really think to himself, who's coming up next? You know, are the odds of getting this run in better with Martin hitting or me sending him? It's just not that simple of a decision. You got to think a couple moves ahead.
And there's a lot of things at play. You're right, Dale, in that if Beachy gets thrown out at the plate, let's say, now all of a sudden it's a 2-out inning, and to get a run in, you got to get a base hit. Right now, you got only 1 out and a ground ball, or a sacrifice fly gets you a run in. A little easier to score this way.
Little dribbler. Drabek to first. And in time for out number 2.
Other base runners besides the pitcher might have taken a chance there. The instincts of breaking on contact, when you see that chopper, somebody else might have taken off.
I think so, or maybe at least get down 10, 12, 15 feet down the line, try to go on the throw to first.
Strike one to Brian McCann.
Because it didn't look to me like Drabek checked him at third at all.
I'm not sure but what he was willing to concede the run there.
I think you're right.
Three balls and a strike. Dan Uggla's on deck. Michael Bourne's at second. Brandon Beachy's at third in a scoreless game. Base is loaded. So Dan Uggla now steps into the box with a chance to do some serious damage. Dan, the first Brave to get to double digits in homers. He's got 10 of them. And there is Dan's work as a home run hitting second baseman. Our SunTrust solid performance.
Pretty good advantage over everybody that's in there behind him, but Kelly Johnson, third on that list with 56.
Well, what a stop by Arancibia. He's been blocking baseballs all night tonight.
He's had a lot of practice,
I'll say. And again, well out in front of the plate. That's what he wants. Dan Uggla wants the fastball.
And he wants the bases loaded too. Dan this year is 3 for 6 with the bases loaded and 9 of his 37 RBIs.
Great patience by Brian McCann with first base open, knowing they could walk him and had room for him, so he didn't swing any bad pitches. But now there's no place to put anyone. So Drabek's got to make a little better pitch, and that is very dangerous to the way this guy's swinging.
And taking. Uggla also third in the league in walks with 37, including 1 in the second inning tonight. Now he's got to throw him a strike or he'll trail by a run.
Kyle wanted that one. He looked away after he didn't get the call.
Beachy, Bourne, McCann. One nothing Atlanta. And the first visit for Kyle Drabek.
Bruce Walton, the pitching coach for the Blue Jays, out maybe to remind him about some of the things they've been working on with respect to his mechanics to try to help his control out a little bit.
So Drabek now has to face Jason Hayward, who had 2 incredibly long home runs yesterday.
Yeah, he said that, talking to Tom Hart last night after the game, that the second one was not a fastball but a split finger pitch that just didn't do much, but it did go to virtually the same spot and allowed him to get his arms extended.
Jason popped out to left in the Atlanta second. Braves have struck first. Bases still loaded, 2 outs, 1-0 score. And you're seeing in a nutshell promise, but also the problem for Drabek. 65 pitches, 33 strikes, 32 balls. One and one.
Well, good pitchers pitch 0-1. Pitchers that struggle pitch 1-0. Yeah, first pitch is critical. His stuff is good enough to just he's just got way too many hitters counts.
And he keeps trying to hit those microscopic points with some movement to try to get the ground balls, but he's off. He's off the plate. And those are pitches that you use when you're ahead in the count, but not when you're behind.
High fly ball toward left. Davis, though, will make the catch, and that will retire the side. The Braves cash in an infield hit by their pitcher and a bases loaded walk to score the game's first run. By our friends at Blimpie. Atlanta scores on a bases loaded walk. Brandon Beachy has scored the lone run of the game. He leads tonight. And 2 more to follow with Toronto, as you see on our Jamison and upcoming schedule.
Haven't seen Drew Hutchinson, but he's had a good start to his season, 5-2 for the Blue Jays. Tommy Hansen's on a roll, pitching his best baseball of the year over the last 2 or 3 starts. And then a great matchup Sunday. Ricky Romero and Tim Hudson, 2 guys who know how to get it done. Romero, a lefty, and Hudson coming off that great effort in his last start against the Miami Marlins. Gosh, that's hard to say. Miami Marlins just still wants to come out Florida.
That's why the Marlins jar is about $20 deep.
Yep.
In the back of the booth. Here's Encarnacion. And a quick strike to the Toronto first baseman, who hit a rope right back up the middle. Dan Uggla had him played perfectly, and Encarnacion lined out. And another ground ball. This one at Uggla, same spot.
Same spot. They've got something on their charts that show to play him up the middle.
So 1 out, or for our Canadian fans watching on Peachtree TV, 1 out. And here's Kelly.
Be nothing better than to have a fast inning after a 31 pitch inning for Drabek in the bottom of the 3rd.
This special night where we honor John Smoltz and think about past glories of Braves baseball. Don't forget, Kelly Johnson was part of that wave of the baby Braves, remember?
Originally a shortstop, came up through the organization as a shortstop with some power and moved to left field. Hurt his arm, had to have Tommy John surgery. Made the transition to second base. Glenn Hubbard spent countless hours working with him.
That's interesting, Joe. You mentioned Hub. That's whenever I see Kelly, I think of Hub. I know how much time Hub devoted to helping him change positions. Love that kid.
Kelly last year was with the Diamondbacks, and I guess it's one of those deals where when he got traded, it's like, okay, well, go to Toronto and play well. Then all of a sudden his team, the Diamondbacks, his old team, caught fire, got to the playoffs, and he didn't get to be a part of that.
And he takes a called 3rd strike. Beachy has struck out 5 men tonight. Remember his first game against Toronto last year, he struck out 11, did that in a relatively short amount of time.
6 innings worth. Gave up 4 hits and a run. Walked a couple that night. Well, Unell's getting some boo birds here tonight.
Escobar struck out swinging on a changeup in the 2nd inning. And Brandon misses upstairs. 1 ball, no strikes. It's no secret the Jays are looking for more offense. Their team batting average around 248. A couple of weeks ago, they signed a name from the past. Remember Vladimir Guerrero? He's a AAA with Toronto. And they're hoping he'll swing the bat and get back to the big league.
He'll swing it. I was just thinking about their on base percentage. Their offense is fine with respect to the home run ball.
Right.
Batting average not so much, and 10th out of 14 teams in on base percentage. They need more leadoff type guys, and Vladimir is not one of those guys that's going to go out there and start trying to suck up a few walks.
No, that's true.
But he can hit. I'm sure he can still hit.
I'll never forget seeing him hit that breaking ball bounce in the dirt and get a base hit.
Greg Maddox said he didn't know how to pitch him, so he just threw it down the middle.
Right down the middle.
Yeah.
Hope he popped it up.
Escobar draws a 2-out walk. Third walk of the night for Beachy. And Arancibia bats in a 1-0 Braves game. Georgia Power customers can get a free in-home energy audit performed by an energy expert from Georgia Power. Learn how to save money and energy around your home. To schedule an in-home energy audit, go to georgiapower.com. Strike one to Arancibia.
Speaking of Vladimir Guerrero, I guess if you hit a ball that bounces before it gets into the strike zone, does that qualify you as a bad ball hitter?
I would think.
I mean, I've swung at him. I've never hit him.
Yeah.
I can remember striking out, coming back to the dugout, someone saying, "Don't worry, Murph. You know, if that ball hadn't taken a bad hop, you'd hit it." But I mean, to make contact, that's remarkable.
Well, yesterday, Guerrero at AAA went 2 for 6 with an RBI, so why not? See what he can do. See if and when he makes it back to the big leagues with the Toronto club. As Beachy, a 1-1 count.
You were talking earlier, Chip, about Arancibia's walks to strikeouts. You still have that?
Yeah, 52 strikeouts, 8 walks now.
Last year, 133 strikeouts, 36 walks. He hit .219, but he had 23 homers, so I'd say all or nothing.
Well, you know what they say, Joe? You can't walk out of Knoxville.
Yeah.
He's the catcher of the present for Toronto. No one knows what the future holds, but Baseball America says the Jays' #1 prospect is also a catcher, Travis d'Arnaud, the kid that came over as well in the Halladay deal.
Arancibia was a #1 pick himself back in 2007.
Pop fly, foul, back into the seats. Great crowd tonight at Turner Field, not only for the Jays and Braves. The John Smoltz ceremony. We'll have post-game fireworks tonight. This is my favorite week of Braves baseball all year long. The old timers, the alumni come back. We have the Hall of Fame induction. Great celebration of Braves baseball starting this evening as another pitch popped into the seats.
And as an alumnus, I got to thank the Braves for really picking it up as far as the alumni is concerned. They spent a lot of time, a lot of money. Greg McMichael does a great job leading the effort here, and you know, I want to thank the Braves. It's been fantastic. It wasn't too well organized for many years, and John Sherholt said we're going to change this, and they have.
Popped up again. Arancibia putting up a battle here in the Toronto fourth.
Just another reason to be proud, as John was talking about that tomahawk across your chest, and knowing that if you've got one of those on, or if you've worn one of those, you know things are going to be done the right way.
And it's hard for clubs sometimes to keep track of guys. I mean, you know, you're trying to win ball games. You're concentrating on your organization, things that are going on now. But it means a lot to us as old guys. I mean, we have great memories, and it's fun to see the guys and come back and know we have a weekend every year. We come back and see each other. It's a lot of fun.
Another pop-up. And Arancibia will see a 9th pitch.
Now, Brandon's pitch count's getting up there because of efforts of just a couple of guys. He had a long at bat against Bautista in the first, and now Arancibia. So he and McCann talk about it and how they're going to finish this off.
Go ahead. Sorry, Chip. Go ahead.
He's only given up one hit in the ball game. This will be, at least at this point, 5 terrific starting outings in a row for the Braves.
And in some ways, it's been a little bit of a strange start for Brandon Beachy. I mean, putting up good numbers, but it has been a little weird. When he's missed pretty bad. Effectively wild.
But he pulls the string, and Arancibia swings and misses. Brandon has 6 strikeouts through 4 innings of work. And the Braves bats go back to work, leading by a run. It is trivia time tonight. Maybe that's a very big hint. Our AT&T Universe trivia question: who was the last Atlanta Brave before John Smoltz to wear number 29?
I have to recuse myself.
Yeah, so do I.
Because it was announced tonight today at the banquet.
Luncheon.
Yeah.
And this is the only trivia question I even had a chance on because I was told today by Smoltzy. I didn't know it, though.
Eric Hinske, a ground ball to first, and one pitch retires him in the bottom of the 4th inning. Approaching 9 o'clock in Atlanta, Braves up 1-0. Here's some of the legendary achievements of John Smoltz.
That 96 season was something to behold. 24-8, an ERA in the high 2s. 250 plus innings, 270 plus strikeouts, and averaged over 7 innings per start.
What amazed me too was starting, closing, and then going back into the starting rotation in the later years of John's career. As Anderson Simmons grounds toward third, and Murray throws on the run. 2 outs.
Tim Hudson talked about John when he was trying to come back from the bullpen to become a starter, and it was when Tim first joined the team.
I remember playing catch with him, and man, he was just absolutely smoking my hand playing catch. I was like, good Lord, this guy. Yeah, I don't know how old he was, 56 or 57. I can't remember how old he was at the time, but it was somewhere around there. But I was like, man, this old timer, man, is absolutely killing my hand. He was just firing it in there. You could tell that he was on an absolute mission to prove people that he could make that transition back to the rotation.
56 or 57. That was classic Tim Hudson.
Yes.
I think what's remarkable, I was talking to Don Sutton in spring training about the mental preparation for a starter versus a closer. And to be able to make that transition mentally is we'll never see that again. I just don't see how we're ever going to see it again. Anything like what Smoltz did. preparing yourself every 5th day, getting ready to go out there, and then not knowing when you're going to be out there. It could be, that night. It's remarkable.
I agree, Dale. It was very unique, and it's like what people have said about John all day long, and that is that he did things most people couldn't do because of his great athletic ability, his strong makeup, and his will to win every contest. As Eddie Perez said, it didn't matter if it was ping pong, whether it was golf, it didn't matter. He enjoyed the competition.
Pop fly foul over the Braves dugout. And Beachy's still alive at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Line drive right center field. That's going to roll forever. It's a double for Beachy with 2 outs. He's 2 for 2.
Up to 5 hits on the year. Fastball, outer third. First career double. And our Zaxby's indescribably good play.
Well, there's a lot of hitters that take that swing right there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, more proof we don't need a DH in Major League Baseball. As Costanza takes a ball low. 1 ball, no strikes. Jose 0 for his last 13.
That double also came on another 3-2 count to the pitcher. After getting a couple of outs on the ground to start the inning, he couldn't retire the pitcher and had to throw him a little better pitch than he wanted to.
Rolled toward first but foul. 2 balls and a strike. Braves trail Washington by a game in the East. Washington's in Boston tonight and winning big. Phillies are playing in Baltimore and winning in the 7th inning. Mets are being blanked by the Yankees 6-0. And Tampa Bay and the Marlins are also playing an interleague affair tonight. Braves play Toronto.
It's fun to see the 2 best divisions in both leagues go at it.
Yeah. See where the chips fall when it's all over.
Up the middle, Escobar still has a cannon for an arm, and Yunel retires Costanza and the Braves in inning number 4. Beachy leads the ball game 1-0. 1-0 as we've completed 4 innings.
Brandon Beachy, Michael Bourne, Dan Ugla, all involved in the Braves' solo run so far off Kyle Drabek. Brandon Beachy's had a good night. He's 2 for 2. He started it in the 3rd inning with this infield hit. Michael Bourne doubled into 3rd. Brian McCann drew a walk to load him up. And Dan Ugla drew a walk to force one in. 38th RBI for Ugla.
So Beachy with the bottom part of the order coming up in the 5th. Low stress inning. Let's see how he fares with Rajai Davis, who was intentionally walked in the Toronto 2nd to get to Drabek. Beachy came into this game leading the major leagues in ERA at 1.87. It's now at 1.77 with 4 scoreless innings. And he gets ahead of Davis, who tried to bunt. Strike 1. Davis ripped a hanger just foul past 3rd. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
As much as we both dislike the DH and think that both leagues ought to unify, Dale, in situations like this, for a manager like John Farrell, who I believe spent certainly a large part, if not all, of his career as a player in the American League, coached in the American League in Boston. When you're now the manager in interleague play, and it's a world of difference than just making out a lineup with a DH. There's so many different things to consider when you've got the pitcher hitting.
I agree with you, and I've heard some managers say, oh, it's not that big a deal. But I'll bet you anything those managers have been in both leagues and have had some understanding of working in the National League.
Fly ball to left. 1 out.
Yeah, first thing anybody says is, oh, I know about the double switch. I know how to do that. Well, okay, but there's a whole lot more than that.
Managers that I've talked to in the American League who've been in the National League say over in that league, because of the DH, your pitcher may give up 5-6 runs in the first 4 or 5 innings, and you let him stay out there for another couple instead of blowing through your bullpen day after day with the extra hitter opposing you.
He did a good job last year with his first team in Toronto, went 81-81.
That's the amazing thing about Toronto. We know all about their world championships. But playing in the American League East with some really good players, really good teams, the Jays have been relegated to 3rd place or 4th place in the American League East 12 out of the last 14 seasons. And a lot of winning teams that were stuck in 3rd or 4th place. So with this club just 2 games behind Baltimore, there may be no other team in Major League Baseball excited about the prospect of a second wild card than the Toronto Blue Jays.
Good point.
It is.
Well, speaking of that DH and the double switch, I'll never forget when we got Jim Presley here from Seattle and hadn't been in the National League. And we got into a situation.
Back to the mound. Beachy takes care of Drabek. 2 outs.
Yeah, we got into a situation and we double switched for press.
He didn't get it.
He didn't get it. And he said, and he was mad. He didn't know what was going on. Basically, all he saw was, he said, "Hey, come on in." And he's like, "Come on in what? What do you mean? You're coming out of the game.
What did I do wrong?"
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what he felt. And I talked to him after the game. He goes, "Man, I was devastated." He said, I've never been taken off the field in a game. And but every player that I've talked to, when I ask them what they liked better, they've always liked the National League game better. A lot more going on, but look at your bench players. How much you need good, strong bench players. They get to play, they get to pinch hit. They're involved in the game almost every night in some way. It's you could be a bench player in the American League and sit for a long time.
2 balls, no strikes to Brett Lowry. And he hacks away and spanks that one out of play. Foul. 2-1 the count.
Jim Presley did not want to leave the field. It was funny.
That just missed. 3 balls and a strike.
Well, after all this anti-DH stuff, I hate to say it, but I think we just ought to make it uniform, bring DH to the National League. We're never going to get rid of it. Let's just unify it.
You can leave the booth now, Dale.
Yeah. No, we're not giving up that cause, buddy.
We're not going to give it up?
No.
Very simple. Go to the rule book. Rule number 1. Baseball is a game of 2 teams of 9 players each. So whatever they're playing in the American League, by definition, isn't baseball because there's a 10th player. I'll get off my soapbox now as Lowry walks to first with a 2-out base on balls. 4th walk of the game issued by Brandon Beachy.
Just can't get around all these walks. That's 4 tonight.
And Delta Airlines is a proud sponsor of the Atlanta Braves. Thanks to Mac Honey and the great staff of Delta, they got us home safe and sound early this morning. Got to the ballpark on our Delta charter around 2 a.m. after our series sweep in Miami. And here's Colby Rasmus. Beachy's been up a lot. Up in the zone, up and out of the zone. He's just thrown his 93rd pitch.
You were talking earlier tonight about a stance relative to the box, Dale. Check this guy out and how far up in front of the box he is. That's not so typical either. And I don't know if it's an effort against Brandon Beachy to maybe get that curveball before it breaks, but these days most of the hitters are way back on that back line and
want to get as much time as possible.
Wait as long as they can.
Yeah, typically you'd look at that as a catcher and say he's looking breaking ball.
Fly ball left center. Michael Bourne is there, and he's got it. Beachy's had a lot of base runners. He's walked 4 men, but he's given up only 1 hit, and he leads 1-0. Michael Bourne starts off the Braves' fifth. Atlanta leads Toronto 1-0. Michael's 2 for 2.
Third time through the order against Kyle Drabek, too. Maybe they can get something going, get some insurance runs across. With all this rattle about Kyle Drabek pitching behind in the count all night long, he's still only given up 1 run, even though he did walk that run in.
Slow roller hit toward Kelly Johnson. That's the first time the Jays have retired Michael Bourne tonight.
Well, I think it goes to show how good his ball moves. He's got some ground balls. He's been a little wild, but just needs to cut his pitches down, a little more strikes, because that ball seems to be moving, both in and out, both ways. It seems like he's got a little bit of a cutter or something.
Bouncing ball to short. Escobar loads up. High throw. But Encarnacion hangs on at the bag and nearly got pushed into foul ground by the force of that throw. Wow. 2 outs. And time for our McDonald's fan of the game.
Boy, nothing like those marine dress blues. Sharp looking. Great to have him at the ballpark.
As many pitches as he's thrown, Drabek has thrown, that was his 9th ground ball out.
Again, 8th in the American League in ground ball to fly ball ratio. Came in right at 2-1. His dad was pretty good at that too.
Yeah.
Learned from a master. His dad won 155 games in the big leagues. 92 of those with Pittsburgh.
And another grounder beaten back to Kyle Drabek. He gets the Braves in order in inning number 5. Middle of the order up for the Jays. 6th inning time. Braves up a run.
Year after year, experience all the comfort and amenities you expect at an unexpectedly low price. Jameson Inn, Southern hospitality at its best.
With Braves Hall of Famer Dale Murphy and the MC to the Stars, Joe Simpson, Chip Carey back at Turner Field. 1-0 is your score as Beachy faces a dangerous man hitting for a power-laden Toronto ball club.
Our Academy Sports and Outdoor leaderboard shows the Blue Jays right in there behind the Yankees among MLB home run hitting teams, and this guy's hit 15 in his last 25 games after a slow start.
Well, they're on pace, well, slightly behind their pace set 2 years ago. 2010, Toronto hit 257 home runs.
And he hit 50 something.
53 or 4, yeah. Amazing. So big inning for Beachy. 3, 4, and 5 coming up for Toronto. He leads 1-0.
And back in the stretch on Bautista with no one on base.
Driven a mile down the left field line, but it is foul and into the Jays bullpen.
Hit it that far and broke his bat. That's some serious pop right there.
I've heard a lot of people ask Bautista what was the reason for the big turnaround in your power. And he's really been a little reluctant, but he calls it a mechanical adjustment that's helped him from a timing standpoint. But generates a ton of bat speed.
His right foot, Joe, is right on the inside line. It's a little hard to tell now. At the beginning of the game, you could tell not many guys get that close.
This one hit a mile into deep left, and Bautista has tied this game.
Well, he swings like he's got one thing on his mind up there.
Well, he wants the ball middle of the plate in, and you fall behind 3-1 and have to throw a pitch more to the middle of the plate. You're asking for trouble from him.
And you better be careful with the man following him. Edwin Encarnacion has hit the ball hard twice and is 0 for 2. Remember last year, Beachy beat Toronto. Gave up only 1 run in that game. Struck out 11. 1 run he gave up. Home run to Bautista. And that ball golfed into left. Back-to-back hits in inning number 6. Let's see if the Braves' pen starts to stir now. Beachy up over 100 pitches, and he's had a lot of base runners to contend with.
That was a rocket. Just 11 of 22 first pitch strikes, too. That's unusually low for him.
I think successful pitchers need to be in the 80% mark.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what Leo Mazzoni always used to talk about. The success of the big three, Glavine, Smoltz, and Maddox, always pitched ahead.
And I think it's because, for the most part, those guys, and certainly they were exceptions to most rules, but they could throw any of 2 or 3 different pitches for strikes on the first pitch, whatever they wanted. Mix it up.
Good point.
Jack Durbin begins to loosen as Kelly Johnson stands in the batter's box. Kelly laid down an infield hit to start the second, and he struck out in the Toronto fourth.
Was that a fastball? It was 88. He's been 91, 93 all night.
I think it was a fastball. He didn't swing at it like an off-speed pitch. It's almost like a tweener.
Yeah. Have to keep an eye on that. Another 3-1 count.
From an offensive standpoint, this seems like a real waiting game for both Braves and Blue Jays hitters. Both Drabek and Beachy have thrown a lot of pitches out of the strike zone tonight. And there's another to Johnson. 3 straight Jays have reached first and second. Still nobody out. Yunel Escobar is the Toronto hitter. And Kelly Johnson's the last man that Beachy will face.
Yeah, that fastball at 87. So a big drop off in velocity for Brandon Beachy this inning.
108 pitches for Beachy. 5 walks. And he leaves with the game tied 1-1. Hyundai, by the Home Depot, by Blimpie, and by Georgia Power. Jose Bautista's solo home run has tied this game for Toronto. Encarnacion singled, Kelly Johnson walked. That chases Brandon Beachy, who has not gotten much run support in his last 3 starts. Just 3 total runs in Brandon's last 3 games. He had hoped to snap a 3-game personal losing streak here tonight. But he departs as Chad Durbin answers the AT&T call to the bullpen. And Joe, this guy's really had a terrific rebound from some rough starts out of the Braves bullpen in the month of April. Durbin's taken on much more important innings.
And check out his ERA. It's down under 5, and that may not seem like a lot unless you start off with an ERA of about 20 because, and I'm exaggerating, but because of some home runs that he gave up in his first 3 or 4 outings. That's a very impressive item for any reliever who comes in the middle of an inning, and he's retired 23 of 26 first batters. He's in the soup here with nobody out.
And Escobar in the batter's box. Yunel has struck out and walked. He's got a 6-game hitting streak on the line in tonight's game. Remember, when Yunel played for the Braves, he's a guy that hit into a lot of double plays simply because he made a ton of contact. Durbin would love a ground ball at somebody right here. And the same holds true for Toronto. Escobar has hit into a team high 11 double plays. Throw back behind the runner, safe. Oh. Great try and very, very close.
Good throw by Brian, too. I don't know.
Yeah. Might have snuck that left hand in.
Yeah, Encarnacion's right arm kind of buckled on him.
Escobar pushes the bunt toward first, and it was a beauty. High throw from Erikinski, but Dan Uggla holds the bag. Sacrifice puts Toronto runners at second and third with one out.
And that's not a pickoff play that's put on. You're taught as a catcher. You got runners on and they square around to bunt. Anytime they miss, look for someone to pick off, because it's hard as a base runner. You're trying to get to that next base, so you really stretch your lead. You see the guy bunt through it, the hitter bunt through it, and invariably you take a couple extra steps. And Brian McCann did a great job of being heads up there.
Ground ball to short. The throw's going to go to third and in time. That'll take care of Kelly Johnson. But on the fielder's choice by Arencibia, Encarnacion scores the go-ahead run for Toronto.
Well, not good base running there. You're always taught if you're on second base in that situation, but ground ball's got to be to your left. Then you go to third.
Heads up. More good instincts, too, from Simmons to recognize it.
So 2 in, 2 outs. And Rajai Davis, only the second inherited runner to score against Chad Durbin. That's outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Real rarity for Toronto so far this year. They are leading a 1-run game. The Jays this year are 3-10 in 1-run decisions. And a fly ball to right chases Jason Hayward back a few steps. And he makes the play to retire the side. Batista hits a solo home run to tie it. A sacrifice bunt and a fielder's choice plates the go-ahead run as Toronto leads in the bottom of the 6th. MLB game summary tells the tale.
Kyle Drabek has hung in there. He's walked 3 guys. He's even walked in a run. But he's been given the lead 2-1 here in the 6th inning, thanks to, first of all, Jose Bautista tying it up. He almost hit a home run on the pitch before on a broken bat foul ball. Nothing foul about that except that it tied the game. And then with runners at second and third, 1 out, Aaron Sebia gets a run in with a ground out.
So the Braves offense back to work. It'll start with Dan Uggla, who's drawn a couple of walks. Dan's bases loaded pass in the 3rd led to the only Atlanta run.
Well, there's got to be some kind of statistic that says if you walk in a run as a starting pitcher, the odds of you winning a game cannot be very good.
You wouldn't think they'd be very good.
Wouldn't think so. He's hung in there, though.
And Drabek's gotten the ball on the ground in the last 2 innings. In fact, the last 3 outs, or excuse me, 6 outs for Drabek have been on ground balls. Balls and a strike.
He throws a cutter too. That looked like a bit of a cutter, even though it wasn't that hard. Might have been more of a changeup. Throws his cutter at about 89.
I think that was another one there, Joe. I wonder sometimes if his ball naturally moves in and out sometimes, and maybe that hurts him with his control. Maybe he just sometimes doesn't know which way it is going to move. Good sinker there out of the zone. He's got a fastball that goes both ways.
Yanked foul and off the netting in front of the Jays dugout.
Well, you can understand why there were a lot of teams interested in him when the Phillies were making some deals. Anybody they talked to, they wanted Drabek first.
And it's a 3-walk night for Dan Uggla. And a good start, tying run aboard with nobody out in the 6th.
He almost looked off balance on that one, Dale. Almost like, I mean, he really went across his front foot, his landing foot. Watch this. Not like he landed on his tiptoe. See how he really pivoted and turned on the front foot. And that's what they said he's been battling, is really flying open.
Jason Hayward's flying to left twice tonight.
Well, there's something creating the inconsistency. I mean, maybe he's landing in a different spot with his front foot. Like you say, maybe he's flying open sometimes, and then other times he doesn't fly open. I mean, there's, you know, it's kind of like if you got a bad golf swing, if you replicate it every time, you can figure it out. If you're doing something different on every pitch, even if it's just a little bit off where you're landing, it's going to affect your control. Because I don't think he has any problem with movement.
That was Bruce Walton, his pitching coach.
There's a ball that's sunk away from a left-hander. He's got one that tails into left-handers.
That's the one he got McCann to hit a comebacker on his last time up, last inning.
That's right.
Two and two. His ball does run, doesn't it?
Kind of reminds me of Tim Hudson a little bit.
A little bit.
That ball.
And Tim's got the ability to make the ball cut in on a lefty and sink down and away from a lefty. Drabek's dad could do that. Again, he learned from someone very similar to Tim Hudson in the way he pitches.
Yeah, that's a good point. I would say that's a very good comparison. Drabek's dad and Tim Hudson.
Mm-hmm.
Style and philosophy of how to get guys out, how to move that ball around.
Line drive right center field. That's going to roll for a while. Look at Ugler run the bases. He's around third. He's going to come home. He's going to score without a throw. And Hayward's hot hitting continues.
Got a sinker up and out over the plate that Jason could reach. Well, it's just such a fine line, isn't it? It sure is. When you're a sinker ball pitcher.
Yeah, it is, and it's been interesting to talk to Greg Walker when we were in Washington. He's talking about how Jason was just a little bit behind, just a few inches different, catching that ball out front a little bit more. And boy, he has been on fire. Made that Miami ballpark look small.
So 29 RBIs for Jason Hayward. His double ties the game and ends the night for Kyle Drabek. Score now as Jason Hayward records his 29th RBI of the year. All year long, Braves baseball on Peachtree TV is presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors, the right stuff and the low price.
A walk comes back to haunt Kyle Drabek, just as some walks have really hurt Brandon Beachy tonight. But Dan Ugler, we talk about his base running a lot, and what a good base runner he is, and he's so good at cutting those corners without taking wide turns around the bags. That paid off there.
There's a look at the numbers for the Toronto left-hander. Freddie Gonzalez will go to his bench and call upon Matt Diaz.
A lot of strikeouts, a lot of walks for this guy. Low to mid 90s for Perez on his fastball. He's also got a good slider. And throws a good changeup.
That's into the Braves dugout foul. 0-2 inside.
I talked to Freddie Freeman before the game tonight, and he did not have a wrap on his index finger on his left hand, but it was swollen. He didn't have full ability to bend his left index finger, but he had better movement in it, not quite as much swelling.
Another rocket. This one ricochets out of the stands beyond the Braves dugout.
And he wanted to play tonight. He thought he might have a chance to play tonight, but that was vetoed. And he said, if I play, I will have to really pad my first baseman's glove to absorb some of the shock of the throws on that left index finger on his glove hand. So he may be the guy coming in here after Hinske was pinch hit for.
And if you didn't see how Freddie got hurt, a freak play down in Miami.
Double play ball. He just went sliding into second. They ruled interference, but the throw from Reyes caught him right on the left hand. Didn't look like much, but really caught his thumb and left index finger in a bad place. And the big knuckle on his index finger is quite swollen.
Way outside.
Good work by Matty here trying to get that runner over.
In the air center. Rasmus gives ground. He'll make the grab. Hayward tags. He's coming to third, and he'll make it standing. Diaz gets the job done. Go ahead run 90 feet away, and one out. Fans, let's get Chipper Jones into one last All-Star game. Vote up to 25 times for your future Hall of Famer and the rest of your favorite Braves like Dan Uggla, Brian McCann, Freddie Freeman, and Martin Prado for the 2012 National League All-Star team. Vote now at Braves.com/All-Star.
I think Freddie showed a lot of confidence in Matt there. I think one of the questions is situation, do you want to bunt him over? But Matt's got such a good swing for being able to go the other way.
And the Blue Jays will play in
with Andrelton Simmons, the batter, and the pitcher spot due next. Two hits for the kid last night in Miami. A 3-hit, 3 RBI game on June 5th. That was the 11-0 Braves victory over the Marlins. And another great stop.
Put on a good show back there defensively, hadn't he? Textbook stuff from Aaron Sevilla. Perez is out of the Dominican. He got called up to the big leagues for the first time last year and was in quite a few games for Toronto, but all through his career he's been a high strikeout, high walk guy.
And another meeting on the mound. Mentioned Chipper Jones a second ago. Chipper's first rehab stint apparently went well at Rome. 1 for 1, walked a couple times, had an RBI in that game. Chris Medlin pitched at AAA yesterday. Chris had a terrific bit of work at Lehigh Valley, and Jair Jurgens tonight backed that up. That That's our Home Depot Tools from the Dugout, our minor league update.
No walks for Jair. That's good. No walks. 4 strikeouts in 5 innings for Medlin. That's good.
And on 4 straight, Simmons walks. 5th walk issued by Toronto's staff. David Ross will be announced as the pinch hitter for Chad Durbin.
It's Chad Beck. Looks like he would be next.
Now that Ross is announced, John Farrell will go to his bullpen. So wheels turning in Atlanta at Turner Field. Braves have tied the game 2-2. Perez ineffective. By the Georgia Lottery, by AT&T Uverse, and by Ram Trucks. Chip, Joe, and Murph with you from Turner Field. Bright lights, big city. Game 1 of this interleague showdown between the Braves and the Blue Jays. Atlanta has rallied to tie the game in the 6th, and young right-hander Chad Beck is up out of the Jays bullpen.
Second time he's been called up this year. The first time he didn't get in the game. He was only up for 1 day and sent back. They called him back up yesterday. You see his numbers at Las Vegas. Kind of funny to me. The Toronto's AAA teams in Las Vegas, but okay. Big guy, 6'4", listed at 256 out of Woodville, Texas. He got a call up last year, appeared in only 3 games, so not much experience at all.
So David Ross called back by Freddie Gonzalez, and Freddie Freeman will come on and bat. See if the finger injury alters the way Freddie grips and connects.
This guy throws hard too. He's got a fastball in the 94 to 96 range, cutter, changeup. Uh-oh, had a little trouble spitting there, buddy. Might have to try big league practice on that. Is he nervous? Maybe. You just cost that kid about $100 in Kangaroo Court. That's what happens, folks, when you get to the big leagues. Things tighten up.
Caught a corner. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
A pretty good pitch there.
It seems like that pitch most of the night has been a ball.
And probably should have been there.
Yeah.
Especially the way Aaron Sevilla received it.
And Freeman is down on strikes.
And it's kind of tough to take that one when the one before was called a strike. That one was just a little bit further out.
Something John Smoltz said earlier tonight when he was with us. He was talking about a pitch that was taken for a ball, but if you throw one back out there to Lowry, he was saying he'd probably swing at the next one, and that's what happened to Freeman.
First and third, 2 outs now as Costanza bats. This kid Beck's an example of one team taking a flyer on a youngster. The Blue Jays traded David Eckstein to Arizona in 2008 for this young man.
Yeah, on August 31st. So it was a trade that occurred right before the September 1st deadline so that Eckstein could be eligible for the playoffs for a ball club, and this is what the Blue Jays got back in return. Just took him a few years to get here.
1 ball, 1 strike. Ah, the fake to third, throw to first, but nobody covers second. And it's a balk. How about that? (3-2) Atlanta.
Simmons was edging off. It was pretty apparent that he was going to go.
I'm sorry, but I didn't realize you had to throw it. Why are they calling it a balk? Because I guess obviously you got to throw it.
No, I'm not sure what he did either.
Unless his foot came behind, his front foot came behind the
like on the rubber, which you can fake to third.
Right.
At least for the rest of this year.
I remember reading one of the rules of broadcasting is don't talk about the rules if you don't know them. But I don't know that one.
It's never stopped us, Dale.
And I've never seen it. And nobody seems to be arguing.
Well, you can't argue a balk in terms of the managers. I know that. He can't come out. You might ask for an explanation, but he'd have to go all the way down to first base to Dan Bellino to get it. Watch the first base umpire. You know what? He is watching. He's looking around Encarnacion and watching where he was stepping. That's what he was watching.
Fly ball, foul ground, left field. So in other words, he didn't step directly toward third base, I guess?
You can step to third, can't you, and fake it. You don't have to throw. I mean, how many times have you seen guys... I think you're right. He's calling the balk, but I just how many times do they fake to third and then not throw it? And so apparently that's not the call. The call is something of the way he stepped, which is unusual.
Fly ball left. Davis broke in. Now drifts back and in the corner makes the catch.
Well, I'm bum fuzzled. I'm going to have to go find out.
A balk turns into the go-ahead run for Atlanta in the bottom of the 6th. What a weird game tonight in Atlanta. Despite going 0 for 7 with runners in scoring position, Atlanta has scored a run on a bases-loaded walk. They've scored on a balk on a fake-to-third throw to first play. And they've gotten a run the traditional way with Jason Hayward doubling home Dan Uggla, who was at first base. And here's that crazy Atlanta 6th.
RBI double from Hayward, and then the balk call. And I've gotten a clear understanding. I went to a Hall of Fame pitcher, and I went to a former Major League manager who's a catcher and broadcaster for the Blue Jays, and both said, we have no idea.
Even the Jays don't know.
Yeah, I think there's a picture of them in the dugout. They're all trying to figure out what happened. I mean, we'll take it. You take runs any way you can get it.
So Johnny Vetters is on. Yan Gomez swings at the first pitch, and he is the first out in the Toronto 7th. Vetters answers the AT&T call to the bullpen. Johnny's had 2 successful outings back-to-back,
including one last night. 1-2-3 inning that included a highlight reel double play ball turned behind him on the great play, the great stop and double play from Simmons to Uggla and Hinske.
What a play that was. I looked at it a few times.
Yeah, it was beautiful.
Brett Lowry's the Toronto third baseman. And Vetters has a 2-0 count. One out walk to Lowry. Second time Brett's walked in the game. 1 on, 1 out for Colby Rasmus. Fans BOB will perform a free post-game show Saturday, June 16th. That's presented by Coca-Cola and Delta. Watch the Braves battle the Orioles. We'll have a free concert after the game. BOB will perform hits from his newly released album. Visit Braves.com/concerts for tickets today. It's at the knees at 95 miles an hour. Rasmus hails from Braves country. Born in Columbus, I believe, lives in Phoenix City, Alabama.
He has a younger brother who's a pitcher in the Braves organization.
Corey Rasmus, who pitched at Lynchburg last year.
He's in Mississippi this year. Took a loss last night, 1-2 with a 3.33 ERA. That's a good spot for a fastball. At the knees on the outside corner.
And Rasmus is retired on 3 pitches, and 3 nasty ones from Johnny Venters.
Way left-handers have hit him this year. It's good to see him have his way with that lefty with 3 pitches.
Yeah, that was nice, hard sinking fastball in on him.
Bautista skips the rope. And Joe, you're right. Lefties coming into tonight's game. We're hitting Venters at a 290 clip, but it is coming down. Real tough righty now in Bautista, who homered to tie the game for Toronto back in the 6th.
Fastball middle in, which is where he likes it. And about belt high. Bautista has shown that he can get the bat through the zone and catch up to just about anything, but he didn't have time to catch up to that 94.
94 with movement, too.
One hopper to short, and Venters his 3rd straight effective outing. He's back on the beam, and Atlanta leads 3-2 on the Acura scoreboard at the 7th inning stretch at Turner Field.
Cannot describe how thrilled I am to be part of something that you never dream as a kid And the 20 years that I spent here was the greatest ride of my life. And as I'm sure I'm going to miss a lot of people, from Leo Mazzoni to Roger McDowell, Bruce Del Canton, Bill Slack, even John Farrell, who's now managing the Toronto Blue Jays, all my pitching coaches, I thank you for the patience. I thank you for what you did in my career and shaped me into the pitcher that I became. Thank you very much.
What a great day. And we hope you've enjoyed all of it here on Peachtree TV. Hope you enjoyed the Smoltz Award ceremony, because we all enjoyed these amazing accomplishments for one of the greatest Braves ever, John Smoltz.
We've talked about it before, about the combination of starting and closing, but how about the postseason record? Most wins in National League history, and he went 7-0 in division play. Like Chipper said in that quote from him, or that video bite from him, nobody better on the planet in a big game than John Smoltz.
Top of the order for Atlanta in the 7th. Carlos Villanueva is the third Blue Jays relief pitcher tonight. Villanueva pitching for the 18th time for Toronto. Fly ball. Davis on the run. It's over his head. 3-hit night for Bourne.
We didn't look at the scouting report and say that Michael Bourne's got a little more pop this year. Playing him in just a little bit too far.
I'm not sure what that was. Almost looked like a split finger pitch that stayed up.
I mean, he's almost playing him in where you would play a pitcher.
Yeah, he is. And we obviously didn't see that 418-foot homer that he hit last night.
Eleven 3-hit games this year for Michael. Wow. And Martin shows bunt. Bourne being bird dogged by Yunel Escobar, the Toronto shortstop. Already seen Arancibia's arm. He's got a cannon back there, so Bourne's got to be careful not to be picked off.
Martin may have given up a little too soon on that one and aggravated at himself. This guy, to me, we've been talking about John Smoltz's intensity and his desire to win. Martin Prado has that. He has an intense desire to play the game right, hustle, play hard, execute, be a team player, and
change
always
positions.
prepared. Yeah, wherever you want.
Play
me.
different positions wherever you want. It's just not that easy.
Fly ball down the right field line. Batista near the stands, won't have a play.
How many players have we've seen throughout the history of baseball? Someone will say, well, we'd like to move you a different part of the lineup. They throw a fit. We'd like to move you to another position. They throw a fit.
Martin's got about 5 gloves that are ready to go at any minute wherever he's needed.
Man, oh man, has this Toronto staff thrown a lot of pitches out of the strike zone tonight. Another 3-2 count. Jays have walked 5 men.
Braves have walked 6.
To short, but Bourne's speed allows him to move up 90 feet.
Just what you said earlier, Dale. When Kelly Johnson got thrown out, you know, base runners are taught if the ball's hit to your left, go ahead and break. With Michael Bourne's speed, he's able to get going on a ball hit to his left.
Right.
Even with Escobar's good arm, with his speed, he makes it.
Well, you're right. With his speed and a good jump, anticipating well.
RBI chance for Brian McCann. Infield again comes in. 3 defenders on the right side of the diamond for Toronto.
I've seen a lot of shifts this year that I haven't seen before, but I have. I got to add this one to the list.
Me too.
I've never seen the infield play in with a shift.
That's new to me too, Dale.
Well, if I'm Brian right here, I am doing everything I can to hit it to the left side of the field. I mean, one of the problems with a shift as a hitter is it tends to take you out of your game. But we just want this run. You know, typically I tell Mac, hey, you go up there and hit like you can hit.
Right.
Don't think now you got your one fielder on the left side of the field that's playing in. I'd do anything I could to hit it the other way.
In his 3-hit night the other night in Miami, 2 of them were solid line drives to left.
It really looks strange.
It does.
Never seen that.
Here's another aspect of this. They've got Encarnacion really close to the bag at first base too. If you're going to do this, I mean, you're assuming Brian's going to pull the ball, but let the line be your friend and move him a little off the line and kind of bunch those 3 guys.
Looks like they're going to walk it.
So Villanueva adds to the Jays' walk total. And now Dan Uggla bats. They've walked him 3 times. That's cost Toronto an Uggla RBI and an Uggla run scored tonight.
Dan Uggla's got to be heading toward a career high in walks. I mean, on the way he's going. Wow, that's impressive. Because when I watch Dan hit, I'm kind of thinking of someone like me, free swinger, go up there, see the ball, and hit it. It's impressive how good an eye he's had this year.
In 2009 with the Marlins, Dan walked 92 times in 158 games.
That's a lot for a slugger.
And he's already got how many this year?
I think he's up to 40 now. We have 36 coming in, so I'm 1 ahead of pace. So he's got 39 walks, including his 3 tonight. And we're roughly a third of the way through the season, so you're right. He's on pace still to walk more than ever. Ball 2.
And Seavy's going to need. He's going to need a new pair of shin guards tomorrow. Those are getting thin.
Well, most people go and ice their knees or their shoulders. He's going to be icing his chest.
Sure, you miss those days, don't you, Dale?
Oh, not really.
Said at the beginning of the broadcast that these guys walked a lot of hitters. Kyle Drabeck walked a lot of guys. As a staff, they're last in the American League in walks.
And another one. 4 walks for Dan Uggla. And that one loads the bases. Only the second time in Dan's long big league career he's walked 4 times in a game.
Well, at this pace, Toronto's 2 games back, but this isn't going to hold up.
No.
Over the course of the season, these kind of numbers just do not hold up.
Let's see if Jason remembers who's in trouble. It's not him, it's the man on the mound. Bases loaded, 1 out.
His last 5 at bats dating back to last night. 2 homers and this double. He drove in Uggla from first base. Mistake out away from him where he could extend his arms. Jason hoping they'll do the same thing. How far he is off the plate.
Popped up. Oh, and nearly dropped. But Lowry held on. 2 outs.
Yeah, he made a little funny movement there right before he caught it, like couldn't see it. Like he was, what you do when you shade the sun out of your eyes, hit him in the, almost popped out. I wonder what he lost that in. I mean, it was straight up. We usually lose pop-ups like that in the lights. Usually it's a line drive in the outfield.
So Juan Francisco will come on and pinch hit for Johnny Venters. Johnny works the scoreless inning.
A little insurance would be nice.
And a strike call on a breaking ball.
I couldn't agree more.
No balls, 2 strikes, bases full of Braves. And a high fastball retires the side. How about Villanueva? He walks 2. He gives up a leadoff double, but does not allow Atlanta to add to a 3-2 lead as we head to the 8th. by Toyota and by Academy Sports and Outdoors. Braves winning 3-2 as we move to the top of the 8th inning. Let's see if Dale Murphy can help us out on the AT&T U-verse trivia question tonight. It's centered around, of course, the man of the hour, named the last Atlanta Brave before John Smoltz to wear number 29. All three of us, because we have such great integrity for the trivia question process, eliminated ourselves from...
Did I eliminate myself?
You did. You said you knew because you heard the answer.
Well, I do know it because I heard the answer at the luncheon, but I didn't recuse myself.
Oh, well, you want to answer and add to the win column? It's Terry Blocker. So, Joe, since you are the official scorekeeper on our trivia answers, does that qualify as a win for us?
Yes.
I need it. Thank you.
Ouch. Encarnacion, the hitter, fouls that one off his body. And he's facing a man that's on a nice run out of the Braves bullpen now.
Solid shot, too.
The AT&T call to the bullpen, answered by Eric O'Flaherty.
Winning streaks are great. Nothing like them. But what comes along with that are situations like this, with the Braves having a one-run lead late, where both Venners and O'Flaherty have worked tonight as their third straight night. So at some point, if you extend the winning streak, you got to figure out a way to use some other guys in some situations to take a little heat off of them.
Braves have won 6 of their last 7 and 4 in a row. And are coming off a 4-1 road trip that saw the Braves allow just 7 total runs in Washington and in Miami against the Marlins. Tonight they've held Toronto to 2 runs on 3 hits. There's a laser hit into the left field corner off the bat of Encarnacion. See if he thinks about 2. Costanza's throw is on the money, but late. Eleventh double for Encarnacion. He represents the tying run.
Well, the pitch before that was at his back leg. I think that's where Eric wanted that one, obviously.
3-2 count, too, so he had to make a little better pitch.
Yep.
And Encarnacion didn't miss it. So the Blue Jays are in business.
It's Kelly Johnson who's 1 for 2. Two balls and a strike. 42,488 the announced attendance at Turner Field for Game 1. A 4:05 Eastern Time start tomorrow and a 1:35 start on Sunday. All those games against the Blue Jays. Then the Yankees come to town for Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. All 3 of those games 7:10 starts. An off day on Thursday. Then we wrap up the homestand with the Baltimore Orioles next weekend. Nice play at first by Freeman. That looked like it stung. Kelly Johnson, though, a good at bat, moves Encarnacion to third with 1 out.
He's got a batting glove on. I'm sure he's got a lot of padding. And it may be that he had so much padding he wasn't sure if he had it in his glove.
Yeah, he bent down like he was going to pick it up, and it was still in there.
So Escobar becomes the key man in the inning for Toronto. Tying run at third, one out.
Good job by Kelly Johnson to get the runner over and set up Escobar. Hitting 250 against lefties, 259 against right-handers coming in. No real difference.
Well, he's the kind of hitter that'll chase it too, so we're not going to worry too much about walking him if he can chase something out of the strike zone. Looks like they're going way away again, way down.
Got McCann. Used to got part of the shin guard covering his foot. Probably not enough.
Two and two. McCann's turn to make a good stop. And now it's 3-2.
A wide one sets up a potential double play, but it also puts the go-ahead run on.
Chopped off the plate. Only one play for Simmons, and Escobar gets Encarnacion home, and that ties the game at 3. So 8 times out of 11, Escobar has gotten home that runner from third with less than 2 outs.
Yeah, that's a great percentage, and he went outside the zone to get that one.
New life in game 1 for Toronto. 3-3. Here's Arancibia. Oh, look at the bare hand play on a bad bounce. Woo. That was slick.
Great reactions by Martin on a bad hop. What play.
the home half of the 8th inning.
And this is our Toyota play of the game here. So many times you see third basemen come in, field a ground ball with their bare hand, but there's a saying in the big leagues that even if it takes a bad hop, you got to catch it. And Martin made that look so easy. Look at him drop his glove, getting ready to catch the ball, takes a bad hop to his right. Just looked like that's what he was supposed to do.
Just great reactions.
Really.
All-star type reactions.
And I think it gets
vote
back,
now, vote often.
Yeah, I think it gets back to talking about Martin. Playing left field and then coming in to play at third base, making a play like that.
He can do it.
Everton Simmons tries to bunt and pops it out of play against the ageless wonder, Darren Oliver.
Now 41 years old and still very effective. Got to pick some spots for him in the right times, but very effective.
He's a left-hander.
That's right, and breathing.
I know a whole bunch of 41-year-old right-handers. It's just the way it's the way this game is. You're a left-handed pitcher, you got an automatic advantage against left-handers, and if you got a ball that goes both ways, you can pitch to right-handers.
Bounced over the middle. Yunel Escobar. Play. 1 out. So Oliver gets the righty. Now he's into the left-handed portion of the Braves lineup. You got Freddie Freeman, Costanza, then Michael Bourne. Freddie came on in the 6th inning and struck out. Ooh, what a cut.
Age 41, Oliver's fastball, two-seamer usually is 88 to 90. He can still pop a 91 once in a while.
Now 2-2.
A little bit of a shift here on Freddie, and I haven't seen all of Freddie's at bats. You have, but doesn't he hit the ball the other way pretty good? Maybe that's the infield, outfield thing. The outfield isn't really playing him the other way as well. But to me, Freddie's a guy you play straight up.
I would.
He's down on strikes for the 2nd time tonight. Oliver will face Costanza with the bases clear in the 8th.
I think Freddie's at his best when he's hitting the ball to left center field. That fastball kind of rode up and in on him a little bit. Foul tip into the catcher's glove in that at bat.
To second. Close play. Kelly Johnson gets his man, and that sends this game to inning number 9. Braves 3, Toronto 3. is your score. The Braves and Blue Jays playing game 1 of this weekend series.
Blue Jays took the lead in the 6th inning. Did it in a rather conventional way, at least at the start of that inning, with a leadoff homer by Jose Bautista, his 16th. Encarnacion followed with a base hit. There was a walk. Runners moved up. One scored on a ground out. Then the Braves recaptured the lead. An RBI double by Jason Hayward. Then he was balked home on what is a phantom balk to all of us. We're not sure what Beck did to cause that. And just a few minutes ago, after a leadoff double by Encarnacion, he moved to third on a ground out, scored on a ground out.
So Craig Kimbrell on to face Rajai Davis. Then the pitcher's spot, then the top of the order and Brett Lowry.
People ask quite often, why would you bring your closer into a situation like this with a tie game? Simple. This is the 9th inning. There will not be a save situation from this point forward because you're going to go into extra innings. Hopefully not. Hopefully you win it in the bottom of the 9th.
Bouncing ball. Prado, gloves, grabs, guns, and not in time. Davis can fly. Infield hit starts the Toronto 9th.
Well, we talked about a couple plays earlier that we didn't think had much of the fielders. We didn't think they had much of a chance to get the guy, and I didn't think Martin had a chance here. Made this really close, strong throw.
Another good play, but this time Martin can't get it there in time.
And now John Farrell brings on one of his hottest hitters. That's young David Cooper. Rookie sluggers hit safely in his last 4 games, 7 hits in his last 15 at bats.
That's the first hit that Craig Kimbrell has allowed since May 11th at St. Louis. 8 hitless outings since then.
I got to do the Washington games up there and see him in person.
Yeah.
It's such a cliche to say, well, that was unhittable, but it was really special stuff.
Cooper's a homegrown product. Number 1 pick by Toronto in the 2008 draft out of Cal Berkeley. Last season at AAA Las Vegas, hit .364. 9 homers and 96 RBIs.
Almost picked him off, and he wasn't on the bag, and he wasn't off the bag.
He went to dive back to the bag, but he forgot he was on it.
Davis was running, and Cooper fouled it back to the screen. No balls, 2 strikes.
He got a good jump too. Leads their team in stolen bases with 12. Despite that oven mitt. Maybe that acts like a paddle, like, you know, like swimming paddle up in the air.
Close play.
I think we can see why he wears that oven mitt on his left hand. We can see that replay of the slide. Maybe we'll see it after this pitch here. There's a tendency to run his left hand into the ground as he's sliding.
Good pickup.
You know, I sliding head first, so many things can go wrong. Jam a finger, be out for a couple weeks. did it a few times in my career, but it wasn't anything I ever really planned. Maybe a couple times. I always tried to go in feet first, just healthier way to do it.
I never did it and didn't get a strawberry somewhere.
Runner goes. The pitch fouled off Brian McCann's equipment. And we'll do it again.
Because I didn't know how to do it right, I guess. I mean, I had strawberries on top of my knees or my elbows.
I think one of the things that goes through a base runner's mind is to slide feet first. You do kind of have to gather yourself, and it is a little bit slower. It's just a safer way to do it.
Again, Davis runs, swing and a miss. The throw to second is not in time.
Pretty close to being obstruction or interference on the hitter as he comes across home plate.
And I thought maybe Simmons had blocked him off the plate here, or off the bag.
He did.
He did.
Wow. Fans booing because they're seeing the replay in the club level.
So he never got to the base until after the tag had been applied. Good job by Simmons there.
Now Davis is going to try to steal third, and he'll make it without a throw.
Big move by him, and he didn't have a big lead, but nobody holding him, nobody looking, and got a walking lead.
So for all the power that Toronto possesses, they're in great position to take a lead because of speed in the ninth inning. Now the infield comes in for Lowry, who's behind in the count 0-1.
Took the pitch on the stolen base and has gotten a couple of sliders since. It looks like Craig was trying to get him to chase that to hit the ball on the ground. There's another one.
2-2.
But now he's got a chance, and I'd like to see him blow one by him.
Good call, Joe. That was 98. 99 probably would have got by him.
Yes. He's got one.
Yes. Yes, he does. I'll tell you, I haven't seen a lot of pitchers that can throw a low fastball on the black at that kind of velocity.
And it seems to have a little hop on it,
yes,
too.
Yes, it does. And it's low. Just don't see that very often.
99.
And right where Brian McCann wanted it. He wanted a high fastball here.
Lowry really shouldn't be that mad at himself. It's not a hittable pitch.
No.
So runner at third, 2 outs for Rasmus. The infield can back up to normal depth. 3-3 game in the top of the ninth.
You know, you get mad at yourself when you miss a hanging breaking ball. Don't get mad at yourself on that one, son. That's not hittable by anybody.
Fly ball left field. Costanza's going to catch it. And Kimbrel pitches out of a ninth inning jam. Top of the order in the bottom of the ninth. Finished business in game 1 of the series, but as we look ahead to game 2, here are your Chevron upcoming starting pitchers.
Drew Hutchinson, 5-2 on the year against Tommy Hanson, who won his 6th game. The last game of that series, 2-game series in Washington. ERA coming down and pitching great his last 2 or 3 starts.
So the pride of Chicago, Illinois, Jason Frazier comes on to pitch.
They've been kind of a closer by committee. Frazier doesn't have any saves, but he has been kind of appointed the guy that would normally be closing right now, but this is not a save situation. We've also got Francisco Cordero and Casey Jansen, who's also been closing some for them.
So the inning begins with Michael Bourne, who's 3 for 4 tonight. Remember, Michael has shown plenty of pop. He could end it with one swing. Bourne's hit 6 homers in the last 25 games for the Braves.
Fastball slider split for Frazier. Low 90s on his fastball. He's got a little something interesting going there where he takes the ball out of his glove
real early
and then puts it back in. Doesn't put it back in. He keeps it out. I was thinking a minute ago, Dale, though, when Kimbrel struck Lowry out on that 99-mile-an-hour fastball, it's becoming almost commonplace that each team's got somebody that can throw 95 plus. You remember guys like that when you were playing? I mean,
a few,
an isolated one or two.
Yeah,
you know, James Rodney Richard.
Right. Now there was a few. There's no question. Today's athlete is better. So many guys. I know so many guys in the draft the other day. High school guys, college guys, mid-90s.
2-2 to Michael. Ground ball right side. Funny hop, but Encarnacion hangs with it. One away for the Braves for Martin Prado. Frazier's an interesting story. Originally a 33rd round pick by the Tigers back in 1999. He was traded to the Dodgers from Detroit in a deal for Hiram Boca Chica, and was traded to Toronto for Jason Worth. That was back in 2004. These clubs fared in one-run games.
Opposites.
I think it goes to your point, Joe, looking at those statistics there on one-run games. The value of a closer, of an established closer. You're saying that Toronto does it by committee. Kind of who's the guy? All sports need a closer. In the NBA, you look for someone who can close out a game. We're lucky to have Craig Kimbrel and a great bullpen, but
defined roles.
Defined roles, and you got a lead late in the game, and it's over basically. They haven't found that guy yet.
Outfield way around toward right for Prado. A 1-2 pitch. Bases empty. Tie game 3-3.
He's interesting. I don't know if that was just him tricking me or not, but Frazier sometimes, it looks like he's working out of the stretch all the time, but sometimes he doesn't.
Kind of a quick pitch.
Yeah. He tried to trick Martin there.
Line drive left field. That's going to get down. Davis picks it cleanly. The throw cut off. It's a double.
Rajai Davis is still frozen out in left field in his tracks. I think a little surprised this ball was cut off. I don't know if they had a play or not.
There's no reason to cut it off.
No.
Take a chance. What if he comes off the bag? You know, how many times have you seen a guy, you put the tag on him and let the play happen? Right. A strange play by Escobar.
Braves looking for their first hit with a runner in scoring position tonight. Remember, they had the bases loaded, 1 out in the 7th and didn't score. And they're 0 for 10. Another good at bat by Martin after falling behind in the count.
Toronto's 24th multi-hit game represents the winning run with 1 out in the 9th.
I hated this situation defensively as an outfielder because with 2 outs and a game on the line, the guy's going to be off with the crack of the bat. I didn't want to have to have him have the advantage. There's 1 out here, and McCann can, if he can find a gap, still get Martin in.
But he has to hit with 2 strikes.
But bloops and soft hits, hated it when the game's on the line.
Good try. Better eye. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
I'll say it's a good try. 93 too. Never had the plate though.
Two outs.
'94 with just a little bit of the plate. Tough pitch.
Well, you can bring it.
And that'll bring Dan Uggla to the plate. Dan Uggla has walked 4 times tonight. Once with the bases full, once leading off the 6th. Dan can hit virtually any man's fastball.
Really wouldn't be surprised to see it 5 walks.
Me neither.
Jason swinging good, but you know, it's kind of the situation where you look at the history of the hitter and you say, okay, well, let's make the young kid beat us. We know what Dan can do. We'll see.
Not only that, it helps your defense. Sets up a force play
anywhere.
At 3 bases where on a tough play you might have a place to go that you wouldn't ordinarily.
Didn't look like he's backing away from him there on that one.
Nope.
You better make sure you're both together on what you want to do here. You don't want to be somewhere in between. Dan's got a lot of base hits the other way this year. Love to see him just hit a nice ground ball to second, which would be through on this shift. And that would have been a good one to do.
Frazier, little leg kick there, little body English.
Style,
that one,
style points.
Yeah, helped that one come back.
1 ball, 2 strikes. That pops away. Toronto at third now.
Big difference between being at third base as opposed to second. Puts a lot more pressure on the defense. And it puts a little more pressure on the pitcher, too, who doesn't want to throw another one in the dirt.
Eric Seabius blocked so many balls. I mean, you can't blame. He did a great job of even getting that one. I don't know how many blocks he's had today. After a while, you start getting a little gun shy, though. Start tensing up, kind of expecting balls to be all over the place.
Deuce is wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
You said it, Chip, though. It's been kind of a weird game. This wouldn't be surprising to win this one on a wild pitch or some unconventional way.
Ugla chased a pitch up around his shoulder blades, and that ends the Atlanta ninth. Martin Prado left standing at third base, and we go to the 10th inning. Records in extra innings: Atlanta 3-0, Toronto 2-3. Neither Drabek nor Beachy will factor in tonight's decision. Dan Ugla has had a very patient night at the plate. Jason Hayward knocked in a run, scored on a balk, and Batista's hit a long solo home run to highlight the offense for the Toronto Blue Jays tonight. And we head to inning number 10. It's Christian Martinez on in relief. Christian is the 6th Atlanta pitcher to work in the game, and he's got a tough assignment. The 3, 4, and 5 hitters are coming up for Toronto. Christian's had a good run of it. Let's see what he has in store for the Blue Jays right fielder. Batista's home run came in the 6th inning. It was his 16th of the year. The key was Brandon Beachy fell behind him, 3 balls and a strike. Let's see if Christian can get ahead and get this thing to the bottom of the 10th, still tied. And this one, Dale, was a Dale Murphy special.
I just that bat speed, obviously flying through the zone. I love that follow through. You know, just lets it go. He hits with so much confidence. I don't see him really taking that many check swings.
Prado guarding the line. A great backhanded stop. That ball was a laser.
Well, we talked about Martin making that good play on that ball coming in on the bad hop. There's a rocket to his right. Prevents a double there, playing on the line. You know, it's interesting to watch Freddie catch this ball. You see Freddie kind of favor that that bad finger at first.
One of the things that will make you do with a sore finger like that is catch the ball in part of the glove you don't want to catch it in normally too, like in the pocket. That might hurt your palm, and you're not as comfortable catching the ball there.
Yeah, watch Freddie kind of favor it here a little bit.
Can't tell from my vantage point. Does he have the finger out of the glove?
He does. It's probably wrapped. It's probably got some padding on the inside of the glove. And I think that's probably why on that one ground ball to him, he didn't know for sure that he had it in his glove. Couldn't feel it.
Edwin Encarnacion is the Toronto first baseman. And Christian misses to him, 3 balls and a strike. Washington won tonight. The Phillies won tonight. The Mets lost tonight. And the Marlins lost again. Tampa Bay beat them 5-1 down at Marlins Park. And Christian lost his man. 1-out walk.
We've seen a few of those tonight. Yeah. That's the 7th one issued by Atlanta. Blue Jays have walked 6.
So Kelly Johnson bats. He's reached twice tonight.
Look at 7 walks for Toronto.
Kelly has faced Christian Martinez before. He's 1 for 4.
Christian's got a good changeup working on any given night. He can get a lot of funny swings.
Launched foul. 1-2.
Well, we haven't had an Andrelton Simmons highlight tonight yet, so be a nice time for a Simmons highlight with a double play. A lot of fun to watch.
Martinez gets Kelly Johnson.
There's that good changeup you're talking about, Joe.
It's very deceptive. He has good motion on it. His arm action is actually, it looks the same. It looks like he's really throwing the ball hard. It just comes out like a circle change with nothing on it. Big swing, and the ball's not there yet.
Escobar bats with a runner at first and 2 outs. Pinell is 0 for 2, but drove in the game-tying run on a chopper off the plate in the 8th inning. At the knees, strike 2.
You know, Joe, it's impressive you mentioned Christian Martinez's changeup and Chris Medlin's changeup. To be able to come out of the pen with a changeup ready to go is you don't see that very often.
Have a good feel for it.
Have good feel for it right out of the pen.
Another beauty. Escobar strikes out. Another chance for the Braves to end the ball game. Jason Hayward leads it off in the bottom of the 10th. Extra innings, 3-3 is our score. Bottom inning, or bottom of, I should say, the 10th inning.
Here's who's left on both benches. Omar Vizquel, another ageless one. Switch hitter left for the Blue Jays. And then a couple right-handed hitters. Wilson and Boscan, right-handed hitters left on the bench for the Braves. Livan Hernandez and Casey Jansen, the only two guys left in the bullpen for each side, both capable of going a long distance. But then, of course, so is Christian Martinez if he has to.
There's Francisco Cordero. He's been roughed up. Braves only need one to head home wearily happy.
He's 2 for 5 in safe situations during the year. That's why they've been bouncing that around to other people. Lefty's hitting .327 against him. Right-handers .318.
So it's Hayward to start the 10th. And he pops one foul for strike one.
You know, I just want to say, Chip, you mentioned it. Said wearily.
Yes.
You know, the Braves have always supported the Hall of Fame luncheon and made it mandatory for the players to be there. I think the people should know that these guys landed at 3 o'clock in the morning last night, and everybody was there at the luncheon today. That was pretty impressive.
Way outside, 1 ball, 1 strike.
Was indeed, and John Smoltz made a point to say something about it too in his speech today about how much he appreciated the players coming after such a late arrival.
Jason out and around that ball foul. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Hayward's had very good luck against Cordero. 2 for 3 with 2 doubles.
Fastball slider split. Spent the last 4 years with Cincinnati.
That's bounced off the plate. Kelly Johnson has to hurry. And Hayward with his great speed and a stretch legs out an infield hit.
That was impressive. See a big guy like Jason get down there like that.
And gave the umpire a little help too. Like he was breaking through the tape.
That's right.
How about that last stride, guys? So the Braves call on Jack Wilson. Jack 0 for 6 against Cordero.
Wonder how he is bunting though.
Wilson has 2 sacrifices for the Braves. And that one bunted back toward the mound, and there's only 1 play. Make it 3 for Wilson, winning run in scoring position with 1 out.
Both teams looking for their first hit with a runner in scoring position tonight. Maybe it'll come here in the 10th. Braves 0 for 12.
Toronto's keeping their eye on Jason. You know, sometimes you want to do those kind of things. You know, throw up, step off, try to pick a guy off. Not necessarily to get him, but to get him closer, at least thinking about it. To hurt him on a base hit to the outfield, get his jump just a little bit, mess up his timing just a little bit.
Anderson may have gotten away with one there.
I think he did.
Toronto manager thought he did.
Toronto's outfielders have come in a couple of steps each, too, with the potential winning run at second.
Hayward's going for third. Double clutch. The ball gets into left field. Here comes Hayward. And the Braves win it in a wild, unbelievable way.
Dale, you called that one. You said this was going to end in an unconventional way with the way things have gone tonight.
Well, you got to like Jason's aggressiveness in a situation like that. Hustle play down to first base. He's been winning games in a few different ways.
Blue Jays are 12th out of 14 teams in defense in the American League, and this is the fourth error on Aaron Sevilla, who double clutched. He had really no business throwing the ball after he couldn't get the ball out of his glove.
Yeah, sometimes you got to know when to eat it, and he had the base stolen. I think even if he doesn't double clutch.
I agree.
So how many times have you seen a Major League game where a team goes 0 for 12 with runners in scoring position but wins, and they do it in extra innings by a final of 4-3, and a very happy Jason Hayward joins us down on the field. Long night, pal. Long 24 hours, but this has to make it feel like it was worth the wait.
Man, well worth it. Well worth it. Anytime we get a W, Friday night in front of this crowd, it's awesome. Congratulations, John Smoltz, man. One of my heroes growing up watching baseball. Awesome win for everybody tonight.
That's a good call, Jason. What'd you see that made you think you could get a good jump?
Man, I was like, if he could give me the base, if I have a chance to take the base, I'm going to make him be perfect. And they had to be perfect, and they couldn't do it right there. I just said, you got to make him be perfect right here.
Well, that was a great job. Well done. Catch your breath.
I'm sorry, I'm still trying to catch my breath.
I know, that's all right. You probably have to wash all that dirt off your neck, too, from Martine.
That'll be all right. That's victory dirt.
10 stolen bases, Jason. That's been a big part of your game this year, not just in the fact you're stealing bases, but you legged out the infield hit with an unbelievable final stride to start the inning.
Oh, yeah. I mean, right there, you just want to try and start the inning off right. Try and get on base any way you can, air, what have you, and it worked out that way. We got the bunt down, awesome, and then right there put some pressure on the defense late in the game, and it worked.
We're showing the fans at home the replay of that final stride. It looked like you went about 9 feet with your final step.
Hey, thank God for these long legs, man.
Yeah, well, and a little help with the umpire, too. We like that, too, giving him a little help on that call.
Oh, yeah. Anytime you can make it a little bit closer in our favor, it's great.
Hey, big night last night. We didn't get a chance to talk to you after last night's game, but you're swinging the bat really well, followed it up with another double tonight, and drove in a run. Talk about your feelings at the plate right now.
Well, I appreciate it, man. I'm working really hard at it. I'm working hard at it, having a lot of fun. This is the fun lineup to be a part of, and wherever I am, 5th, 7th, 8th, whatever, I'm going out here trying to come through in big situations, and it's not going to happen every time, but as long as I'm feeling good up there, working at it, and confident every time going into it, a lot of good things are going to happen.
Well, Jason, the game lasted 3 hours and 53 minutes.
Yeah.
It featured 379 pitches. The Braves 0 for 12 with runners in scoring position. Scored a run on a bases-loaded walk. They scored a run on a balk. And we score a run on a throwing error from the catcher. What a weird night.
It's an awesome night, though. Don't forget we got it in at 3 a.m. this morning.
And it's a W.
And it's a W.
Sleep fast, kiddo. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
Jason Hayward, look at him celebrate. A long 24 hours for the Atlanta Braves. This one won't go in the Hall of Fame as the cleanest Major League game you've ever seen, but it sure was fun to watch. Braves a winner in 10 by a 4-3 final score.